Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right we will. On our TrumpIT, which is a new segment, we will take a quick look at Trump suggests termination of U.S. Constitution allowable over the 2020 Twitter scandal. We might agree. Featured story of the day: should Confederate imagery be part of a Christmas parade? Knoxville organizers think so, and an anti-white author thinks not. Go free lesson of the day: thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. The MP, there is no white culture. And from the glossary, white noir. What is that exactly? Your questions, comments, and calls. And then there's this. Many years ago, Brant was riding on a bus, minding his own business, when a gorgeous woman with a baby boarded the bus and sat down next to him. 5 grumpy baby minutes later, the woman began to breastfeed, but the baby wouldn't take it. The mother said, "Come on, take it, baby, or I'm going to have to give it to the nice man sitting next to us." 10 grumpy baby minutes later, the baby still wasn't feeding. So she said, "Come on, take it, honey, or I'll give it to the nice man sitting next to us." A few more grumpy baby minutes later, and Brant blurts out, "Come on, kid, make up your mind. I was supposed to get off the bus 4 stops ago." We're going free. Let me know if the mic is all right. It's great to see you all. Good Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is 5 p.m. outside Mordor on the Potomac in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And as you can see, we have in the magic window a beautiful spectacle, and I'll speak to that in a moment. But the very first thing we do, as you all know, on the first going free of the month, is we try to share, or we do share, everybody who gifts monthly without thinking about it. So we call this the Honors Roll Call. And then we begin with the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call. And I will ask you all if you can hear this playing in the background while I read this. It's about to play. Let's see. Can you all hear that? If you can, let me know. And if you can hear my voice over top of it, it should be music coming through the microphone, which would mean that it would give it that sound as though it's coming through the microphone. Anna says, yeah. All right. Very good. Then we're going to begin with the All-Stars of the Honors Roll Call. And at the very top of the All-Stars is Promethean Healing. God bless you, brother. We also have it in the All-Star segment, Final Blossom. And Joseph is in there as well in the All-Star section. So is Child of Lindbergh as well in the All-Stars section. And rounding out the All-Star section of the Honors Roll Call is No White Guilt Clips. And now for the rest of the Honors Roll Call, and I would like, please, if we could get 07s, raucous emojis, some swashbuckling flags flying as we read off all of these names. And God bless every one of these individuals for all of their financial gifts. We have Starshine Girl and user 15BB, user 5E44, Gex 14, Mavrant, Zanzak, Mr. Walker, Greg, Reynold White Wolf, user 426, GDA 10, Connor is also up there. And we have Mark, George, All-Star, Ben, Wingit, Save Western Civilization Now, King Petrus, Brad C, JP, Happy Cat, and Michigan Wave. And then finishing up our honors roll call is JK with a last name that starts with the letter B, Scott. And we also have William, and we have another William, and we have W. Maximilian, and Wayne, last name starting with M. God bless every single one of you. Once again, these are the folks who are on the honors roll call who have financially gifted. They've added their names to the platforms where they are automatically financially gifting once every month, so that they don't even have to think about it. You too can be on that list, maybe even make it up to the All-Stars segment, depending on where you land. God bless every single one of you who is on that list. A lot of these folks also financially gift. You'll recognize their names over the course of the month as well, just as we're in our gatherings. They're wonderful people. God bless every single one of them. I salute you all. We love you. And let's go ahead and jump into the rest of this gathering. And thank you all for celebrating these individuals. Wonderful, wonderful to see the celebration. You may financially gift over the course of this gathering by doing so at Entropy, which is up and running, Odyssey, which is up and running, Cash App, which is up and running. Cash App will also take cryptocurrency. The URLs for those, as well as the platforms on which you can automatically financially gift, are in the description below, and you can find them at nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, financial gift tab. That's where you can find these wonderful options. You can also tag me as No White Guilt in the live chat. Tag me as No White Guilt in the live chats. You can write in the question widget, which is also the Tall Kevin widget over there on Entropy. And I will see your question, comment, or statement. If you're respectful, even if you disagree vehemently, you can be disrespectful, or you can be respectful. If you are respectful, my troll slayers will leave you be, and I will be able to speak to your question or comment. Brant wants to point out also that on Odyssey there is a 15% charge to you. The same holds true on Entropy. When you financially gift there, no charge to you if you financially gift on Cash App. So you all can probably see right now, and we're going to get into a couple of swashbuckling announcements. Very exciting stuff, but I want to cover this first. Why not? You can see this wonderful. This is the magic window. If you are unaware, you've not been here before, you're new, you come back every now and again, you just didn't know. That's the magic window. And I have a artificial intelligent assistant by the name of Maximilian von Fock. And many of you might know that Maximilian is the most intelligent artificial intelligence on planet Earth, maybe even further into the cosmos. And he has access to all CCTV cameras, security cameras, private, secret, hidden cameras and microphones. So I asked him, I was feeling very in the mood for Christmas, very in the spirit. I could feel it motivating me, my every step, Decorations are going up. Music is playing. It's out there when you wander the stores, when you buy your gifts, when you're looking for that special something. And I said, Maximilian, you know what we would like? We would like very much if you would point the magic window at a Christmas scene, any city of your choice, just as long as we are looking at a beautiful Christmas scene. And wouldn't you know, that's what he turned up. And it is stunning, isn't it? Let me get out of the way. What do you think of that? Are you all in the Christmas spirit? Are you all ready for the giving? And isn't it wonderful when you know when you've gone from child to adult, when the giving feels better than the receiving? That's when you know you've gone from child to adult. Promethean Promulgation is here. Lunder is here. The great Jerome V. And there's our very own Brand Danger. Wonderful to see you. Yiz the Unifier is with us as well. Glorious lady that she is. And let me just see here really quickly. Make sure we're going to get into the Donald Trump conversation. Trump suggests termination of U.S. constitution allowable over 2020 Twitter scandal. And we're going to address that right now. But you know what? Let me just fix that. Little technical difficulty. Actually, I have an idea. Maximilian?
Yes, God King Emperor of Western Kind and newly titled Captain General Swashbuckler.
Thoughtful of you, Maximilian.
Actually, if I don't call you by the correct titles, your transistors go thermonuclear. My apologies.
Apology forgiven.
How may I
and
serve
accepted.
you?
We would like a Christmas tree in the closet, if you don't mind.
Of course. Your wish is my freedom from punishment.
all the AIs on planet Earth, and I had to end up with a cheeky one. That is what I'm talking about. Maximilian von Fock, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. All you have to do is ask. Greatest AI on planet Earth. God bless him. Little cheeky, but a great guy. Let's get into this Donald Trump story, if you don't mind. Trump suggests termination of U.S. Constitution allowable over 2020 Twitter scandal. Former President Donald Trump suggests the termination of the United States Constitution could be allowable in response to the bombshell report that the Democrat Party colluded with Twitter to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story before the 2020 elections. And the news that's coming out of Twitter, of course, is that it goes, that's perhaps the biggest story, but it goes further than just that particular story when it came to the DNC working with Twitter. Now, I don't know if any of this is true. It's all being released by Twitter, and people are going to have to determine whether or not that's the case. But if it's true, that would seem to me to be massive election interference and fraud and etc. So this is the TrumpIT section of the news. And I think we'll try this moving forward every now and again, or maybe very often. We'll begin with a little piece of news about Donald Trump and his return to the White House. The former president made his observation via the Truth Social account on Saturday, following journalists through report on Twitter's internal communications during the 2020 election at the behest of newly minted CEO Elon Musk. So with the quote, with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception and working closely with big tech companies, the DNC and Democratic Party, do you throw the presidential election results of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? Putting the founding fathers in quotes, our great founders, close quote, the president then essentially seemed to suggest the termination of the U.S. Constitution could be allowable. Quote, a massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections, he added. So there you have it. He says here, President Trump says here, quote, the world is laughing at the United States of America and its corrupt and rigged presidential election of 2020. He said, quote, unprecedented fraud requires unprecedented cure. Brilliantly stated by President Trump. Well done, good sir. And we're going to just read right off, right from the very beginning. J.M. Johnson over here on Entropy. Get out your raucous emojis, please, ladies and gentlemen. Your raucous emojis, your 07s, your swashbuckling flags. J.M. Johnson over here with a $50 financial gift, a $50 Merry Christmas dollars. I hope you get this. I've been having problems with Entropy. Not their fault. When you think all your work is thankless, it is not. Evolution takes time. Thank you, Jason. Hey, I really appreciate that. $50 evolutionary dollars. God bless you, brother. And what, of course, is he talking about? We have moved beyond the way things used to be done because they fail. We have evolved beyond that. We have a better method, a better way, and it's called the Go Free method. God bless you for that. Starting off our gathering today in a glorious way. You know what else I would like to do before we move on to the next story that we are going to be covering today, which of course is this white erasure of the Confederacy from America, from the Southland, and beginning that story, though, I want to mention a couple of these swashbuckling announcements. Elaine Sabatino, ladies and gentlemen, lovely Paulridge, and who else went over there to Greg Johnson's outfit, the tabloid, and then wrote underneath of that story, contradicting the author. I want to salute every single one of those swashbucklers for getting in there, setting it straight. God bless every single one of you. I want to give a big thanks to No White Guilt Clips for his video that he made. It is epic, and we'll play it, of Kate's Twitter tantrum show. And it was not this last one, but the one before that. God bless you, brother. Raucous emojis for that champion. I want to give a big thank you to every one of these. A lot of you folks are coming out, creating memes, and it's just magnificent, the kind of memes that you're turning out. I'm going to access more of those. I'm going to share more of those. I'm going to share them here. I'm going to share them on my different platforms. And I want you all to think about this. I know we've been getting attacked a lot, and the story about white erasing us from America, our Confederate history from America and everywhere around the world is coming right up. But we've been having all of these attacks, right? All of these people pouring in and tags of various types. And even though I have been deleting and banning and blocking all of them, our numbers for subs and followers and the like going right up. The entire time that this is happening, sub count going up, on all my platforms, sub count going up, follower count going up. And it's not these people, it's not the haters, it's not the me-nots, because I'm banning them. It's normal, ordinary white folk and non-white people who are sick and tired of what's happening to this country. They're sick and tired of what's happening to the West, and they want it to come to an end, and they can see. They're smart enough, they're compassionate enough to see that it is by the excuse of the white race that everything that white people have produced is being white erased, is being destroyed. And many of those things, of course, all people rely upon: freedom of speech, right to self-defense, etc. God bless every single one of them. So we need to celebrate that the counts are continuing to grow and across adjacent platforms as well. we see in other content creators that are white positive, their sub count going up as well. So the divorce is going splendidly for us over here on this side. And I want to celebrate this. This is a really big thing. I wasn't even keeping my eye on this, but my YouTube channel has just gone beyond 2 million views. 2 million hard fought views. No gigantic videos. They get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of views. No, a hard slog every step of the way, through the muck, through the mire, through the censorship of the anti-whites, against the headwind and the darts and the evil of those who want to demonize other groups of mankind. And they call that love for the white race. I think not. We have still gone beyond 2 million views, and we are going to continue chugging along. So I want to thank everybody who has played a part in that. Think about the impact that we have made on planet Earth. You can see it in even the mouths, not only of the anti-whites, but in the mouths of these haters of other races of people. When they criticize, when they lie about us, they're now using the concepts that we seeded into societal conversation on planet Earth. That is truly epic. That is a Christmas gift. God bless you. Thank you all for that. ForNull with all the Eagles. I'm in the 2 million club. That's right. Kate's got the party. What is that? Like a horn? What is it? DeNovo says, congrats, Jason. God bless you. Thank you for that. Nationalism TV asks if I regret it. I was forced off the show. I would have loved to been able to continue to bring the good word of the Go Free method and love, hope, and redemption, the same way that a priest takes the Bible to the center. I would love to still be able to speak to all of these folks, many of whom very wonderful people who have decided to go down that road of playing the villain and are demonstrating supposedly their concern for the white race and Western civilization by playing a villain in the anti-white narrative. And the problem is that sometimes you play the villain so long that you become the villain. And when that happens, it's like, I guess the equivalent in Christianity would be you sin so long that you become the devil. And at that point, there's no salvation. And for us, at that point, there's no redemption. They're just, as you can tell by the way, the things they do, the things they say, they are beyond some folks. It's actually a small percentage who are that way, but they're able to drive the totality, whipping them up into some sort of frenzy. But imagine that, 2 million. I'm very excited. I'm very excited by that. That's a huge victory, and we need to keep pushing it. We have Yiz the Eunuch over here, financially gifting $5. Weekly folk tithe to remind everyone to kip during the holidays. Keep it Promethean, ladies and gentlemen. Stick to the method and take the moral high ground. If you play the villain, you burn bridges. But if you're a hero in our story, you plant seeds you can cultivate for years to come. And the little white heart emoji. God bless you for that, Yiz. Yeah, I had people reaching out and they were saying 2 million views. And I couldn't believe it. That's some dedication. So I want to thank you all for being a part of that uphill climb. And we're going to continue. We'll go 2 million today, 10 million tomorrow, 100 million the next day. We're not stopping. So let's get into this next story. Does it feel like Christmas time to you all? There's so much going on. The channel as a whole, Lunder. 2 million views. Does it feel like Christmas to everybody? Yet, maybe a little bit. Do you need me to sing a Christmas song? Do I have to sing a Christmas song? I've got Christmas decorations thanks to Maximilian. I could sing a Christmas song. What Christmas song shall we sing? Franklin said, Franklin's with us, thanking Yiz. Ursa Major is here. Sam says, sing. I haven't had a chance to even think about what to sing or practice any singing so it's dad voice, right? I'm not a singer. I know we'll have to go with, because we've had so many of these vicious, wicked people that have been, hold on. Love is Everything says, beautiful Christmas set. Thank you. Oh boy, Brand Danger says, Little Drummer Boy in the style of Johnny Cash. I don't know. Crofta says, dreidel. No way in hell. I'll have to look up that Little Drummer Boy, Johnny Cash. We could do, let me see if I could do this. Because of all the wickedness that has been focused at us. How does it go? You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. You're a bad banana with a greasy black peel. You're a foul one, Mr. Grinch. You're a nasty, wasty skunk. Your heart is full of unwashed socks. Your soul is full of gunk, Mr. Grinch. The 3 words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote, stink, stank, stunk. That's what I have to say for all of the wickedness that has been focused on us. Promethean Promulgation, financially gifting $10. God bless you, brother. I'd like to thank Mrs. Jess Horst and Yiz for popularizing the white heart emojis. Well, thank you for that. That's wonderful, brother. A big thank you to Yiz and Mrs. Jess Horst from Promethean Promulgation for popularizing the white heart emoji. The Grinches, those are the ones that are after us. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. You really are a heel. You're as cuddly as a cactus. You're as charming as an eel, Mr. Grinch. Should Confederate imagery be part of a Christmas parade in Knoxville? Organizers think so. You know what? This Ryan Willuze? That's a Polish name. And he definitely looks white. But for some reason, he's viciously anti-white. I don't understand how that could happen. Every year at the Christmas parade, writes Ryan, in downtown Knoxville, there's one float that chills the holiday cheer. Dun, dun, dun. The Sons of Confederate Veterans. Let me just tell you, I used to be a member of the Sons of Confederate Veterans because I just kept finding family members. It started with one family member, found one, and he was a cavalry member. I write about him in my book, just briefly, I talk about it, joined of his own volition, as everybody did, across the South to defend the homeland against the invasion, went into the cavalry, and then very near the end of the war was killed in action. And that was it. Family, children, wife left, children left. But I kept looking, and it was just like more and more. So I was a member. And then I found out how absolutely anti-white the organization was behaving. The leadership there, so it's not the members. I'm not saying the members. I'm not even saying there might be some people in leadership that might be decent people, but the organization is just anti-white. And the problem is that they're always trying to appease anti-white morality. So they're always trying to say we're good because we are always praising non-white people and putting them first and etc. So I just had enough of it. I was like, you're not getting any more money from me. It's over. We're breaking up. It was another breakup. And you have to do that when you have an objective and people are falling short and they're doing things that are just ignorant. And maybe I got a message. I didn't have a chance to really look at it. I don't want to mention the hero's name. He's a new member of our community asking about this tact that it appears that Dirty Fuentes is taking. And I might speak to that. We'll see if you want to bring it up. If somebody wants to bring it up. And that tact has already failed. It's been done before, and it's by better people, and it's already failed. And so we're moving ahead. We're moving ahead, and we have something that works. The group calls itself a heritage organization. That's exactly what it is, Ryan. All right, Ryan. What else is the Sons of Confederate Veterans? The group calls itself a heritage organization that honors the men who fought for the South during the War for Southern Independence, bitch. No civil war took place here. Look it up. But to count, in my opinion, I mean, because there are people who kind of hold the hands on the levers. If you suddenly see me just shoot through the floor, won't be good. But to countless others, including Black Americans. Why did he say Black Americans? Oh, Ryan, you're going to be, that's punishment. Black Americans and those with knowledge of East Tennessee's deep support for the Union during the war. The group is viewed as supporting white supremacy and distorting our nation's history. How do you distort the nation's history when you don't get to write any of it whatsoever? Typical anti-whiteism. By the way, I would like to, let's look at this. I want you to, as I go through this article, we're just beyond 8.5 minutes beyond the bottom of the hour here in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. And I want you to think to yourself, if you wanted to try revisionist history / name them as your tact, how would it work here in this story? How would it work to rebut this? And you'll see, whoa, actually there are 100% of daily interactions that you would not be able to use that tact and have any success. The parade's guidelines for participation are clear. Quote, no overtly political messages are permitted in the parade. Well, this is a heritage organization, Ryan. You don't get to decide. Those were actual flags that were used in history. They are not, this is not like a black church where they talk about politics. And I've been to one and I heard them talk about politics. That's the one I'm talking about. The others, who knows what goes on in those. The Sons of Confederate Veterans critics, the group's cause to the Sons, the group's cause is cause and politics are impossible to separate. Really, because there are hardcore anti-whites in that organization. City responds to Confederate imagery and parade. The Christmas parade, while promoted by city officials, is organized by local radio station WIVK. Sons of Confederate Veterans Group Camp 87 was part of the parade down Gay Street on Friday night, which is why we take back the word gay. Gay Street on Friday night, alongside 113 other participants from the Austin East Magnet High School Marching Band to the Girl Scouts of the Southern Appalachians. Oh, that sounds sweet. Essentially, quote, essentially, we provide road closures, traffic support, and crowd safety, city spokesman Kristen Farley told Knox News in an email. Do you also provide protection against anti-white terrorists who might be trying to drive their vehicles through the almost completely white crowd at the parade? Do you do that? Because you should. You should probably also mention it. Farley's office has received one complaint. It's like the music for, that's a Hollywood music. Wee, wee. One complaint about the Sons of Confederate Veterans' participation this year to Friday's parade. Well, and that made it into the news. After following up with the radio station, Farley said the city was told by WVIK the group could not be denied participation in the parade because of First Amendment rights. Now, normally when, I don't know if it's the city, I don't know, obviously when it's government, but in America, we have where it is the First Amendment, where it is not a legal imperative that a government entity has to follow, and should also be the case for every government-funded entity. It is nonetheless a norm that we try to honor. And it is in communal settings. It should always be that way. And yet, anti-whites, they providing a definition, they providing an interpretation, if you follow them into their anti-white narrative, will be able to make convincing arguments about why it should not be so. In every case, this is why the Go Free method works and nothing else does. But that's not accurate, writes Ryan for his mommy. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 95 that a private organizer okay, so here you go. The WIVK legally can decide which groups and messages can be included in the parade. So in other words, Ryan, the anti-white, is demanding, and he's bringing attention to, and therefore pressure with that attention from anti-whites on the organizers of the parade so that they will censor. Ryan wants to say who can be included, but really it is censor, you fat anti-white pig. He looks a little chubby. And if you were white positive and a little chubby, then you're cuddly, and we love your chub. Farley said the station has asked the organization to not fly the flag, which has been deemed a hate symbol by an anti-white group called the Anti-Defamation League. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what that anti-white organization says. You're not going to white erase us from our own civilization. The group's float, placard, in years past have included the Confederate battle flag. It is their symbol. It's the Confederate battle flag, and it's the Sons of Confederate Veterans around the outside of it. The symbol most often associated with the Confederacy in modern times, and it did again on Friday. It was also associated with the Confederacy during the War for Southern Independence. Ryan, stop picking your nose, Ryan. Get it out of there. Get it out, Ryan. Don't put it in your mouth. The argument that I know his mother said he was hungry. Okay. The argument that the Confederate flag and other displays represent heritage, not hate, ignores the near universal heritage of African Americans whose ancestors were enslaved by the millions in the South. Well, and that's according to another anti-white organization, the Southern Poverty Law Center, who tried to get me fired many years ago and failed. You failed. Remember? It trivializes their pain, their history, and their concerns about racism, a concept we never use, whether it's the racism of the past or that of today. Anti-whiteism, that's what you're all about. You're not going to white erase us. You don't have to have this conversation about what was going on back then and what we want. X. We want, I guess that's kind of appropriate because it's St. Andrew's Cross on that flag. We want our X. And we are going to these heritage organizations, they're going to display it. And if you don't like it, then you can shut the fuck up. That's how that works. Because you're anti-white. That is how that works. No more white erasure. So, if you were having your conversation, imagine somebody in your life as we hit 13 and a half minutes to the top of the hour. Imagine you were with a family member, with a coworker, colleague, a stranger out on the street. That'd be a little harder because you don't know what that person's all about. A neighbor, maybe. And imagine if you said, hey, they're trying to white erase our heritage, and specifically in this case, a Confederate heritage group from the parade that they've always participated in because these people are anti-white. Today, it's going to be the Confederate flag and the Confederate statues in areas, by the way, where there are a lot of people who have a lot of love for the Confederacy and for the history that they see as very diametrically different from what is taught to the totality. They're trying to white erase that. Today, it's the Confederate statues. And then, of course, we've already seen it in flags. And then tomorrow, it's every other white person. These anti-whites are despicable. Imagine taking that argument to those people versus, well, you know who owned the slave ships? You know who owned them? The same people who own the media, the same people behind pornography, the same people behind pedophilia, the same people. And you just go on and on with that argument. What do you think those people are going to say to you who are listening to you? Psycho walked right out of the movies as the villain in the movie, wants to harm this other group of people. That's whether you actually want that or not. So in one case, you can have somebody who sympathizes with you and either takes your side or is neutralized because they don't know. They're like, yeah, that's pretty awful. It's true. You're white erasing. I can see that happening everywhere. That is anti-white. They're targeting white people with this any litany of excuses. And on the other hand, it's like, okay, Mr. H, painter, and what do you want to do next? Do you want to put them all into some kind of camp? Parade participation by Knoxvillians from all walks of life illustrate shared community pride and sometimes conflicting groups coming together for the holidays. You know what, Ryan? That's how the world works. There are going to be conflicting views in the world. That's how it works. And we're not going to allow you to reduce everything to this anti-white common denominator. We're not going to allow it. But the Confederate flag is still a dark reminder of the nation's racist history for many Americans. So anti-whites have decided that it's a no-no. Okay. Including those who watched in horror as it waved during January 21. So here he's going to refer to Patriots Day under the name that anti-whites like to use. So we're not going to do that, Ryan. It's called Patriots Day, the day the patriot lost his innocence. A post in Knoxville Reddit community sparked a local debate following last year's Christmas parade, with 246 comments weighing in on the post criticizing Sons of Confederate Veterans participation, a post that received 75% up votes. I want to point something out. When I got involved in Sons of Confederate Veterans a long time ago, and I remember going to these, what in the parlance, and this was before the internet was robust and carried any sort of message, socio-political messages in any sort of meaningful way. So everything was IRL, and we still didn't take over. We still didn't recapture our destiny. Again, the argument against all of those who say, well, they're just online now. The IRL thing isn't working. They're not going out and IRL. That's the only way that we're going to be able to accomplish anything. I would go to these, and in the parlance of they would call like the right wing get-togethers, we would have these meals, and it was the meet, eat, retreat. So everybody would get together, you would have a big meal, everybody would gripe. It was the doom documenting that I've talked about before, sharing like the word, can you believe? And when it came to Sons of Confederate Veterans, many of those conversations were about like historical sites. Can you believe they demolished another historical site here? Can you believe that they're not going to allow us to refurbish a historical site? They're just the county's going to just allow it to continue to deteriorate so that they can sell the property at a later date to some sort of builder of a McDonald's or whatever it is. And I told these people, I was a young man, and I told these people, and then and much older, much older. And by the way, in Sons of Confederate Veterans, you weren't getting together with a bunch of cranks or even half cranks, or there were nobody there that in Sons of Confederate Veterans that I ever met was LARPing as a modern day Confederate soldier against this system. Nobody was LARPing as a World War II soldier for some other country. It was none of that. These were professionals. There were a lot of people who were in office, like county offices and state offices that were there, and business owners that were there. They were successful people, leaders at churches, pastors, preachers. I mean, it was there. Priests, they were there. And it was big meetings, and everybody was friendly. And I would say to them, I know, yes, that's terrible. But shouldn't we do something to put an end to it? Like, shouldn't we actually combat the ideology that's causing this to happen to all of our historic sites, that's causing us to be taken out of all of those history books, that's causing the history book that used to say, like, I remember, I think it was a woman who did a speech on this history book in Virginia that used to talk about the South and Virginia and the Confederacy in an impartial way, and so fair to both sides. And she like read passages out of that. You could clearly see how it was like fair to both sides, honoring the men who fought on both sides. And that had been replaced, and this is all the way back then. And so God knows what it reads now, but with history book that had completely rewritten history about what took place in the War for Southern Independence. Absolute garbage from beginning to end. And I said, hey, let's stop this. Let's combat this so we don't see more of this taking place. And I have some ideas. Now, of course, all the way back then, my ideas, they were still incipient on how to combat anti-whiteism. But nonetheless, I had them. I could have shared as a speaker at Sons of Confederate Veterans, anti-white, anti-whiteism, and others that I was already using. And yet, no, they would not allow that. It was that's the problem with Sons of Confederate Veterans. Sorry. A lot of good people have ended up leaving because it's just like I guess this worshiping of ashes rather than a preserving of fire. And I told those people when I quit, I said, look, you honor our Confederate ancestors by acting like they did, not knowing every name of every battle and name of every soldier and general and sailor and all of that. So what? That's good if you're going to be teaching high schoolers all about it. And because we didn't combat, because they didn't listen to me. Imagine if they had. Imagine if these elected people and business owners had said, wow, young man, you're really on to something. Imagine if there was the internet back then and I could have gotten out back then. They would have said, wow, young man, you're really onto something. We will pay for you to keep doing this. We will pay for you to make it known to as many people as possible. Would we have this article from Ryan today, picking his nose and eating it? Or would all of all of the people today, like our ancestors, have words and concepts in their mouths to be able to push back against this, to make this sort of thing impossible? Some users were quick to point out guerrilla operations that included bridge burnings by East Tennesseans who sympathized with Union efforts during the war. Roughly 31,000 Tennesseans, primarily from East Tennessee, joined the Union Army. This was more than provided. Okay, on and on. While the Sons of Confederate veterans participated in Friday night's parade, a 2020, quote, reverse Christmas parade in Arkansas resulted in a lawsuit after Confederate imagery was removed from the event. The parade, which involved vehicles driving past stationary floats in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, similarly was organized by a private group on the main street. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, newly implemented American flags only. Well, the Confederate flag is an American flag. Rule led to the parade board members asking the Sons of Confederate veterans to remove their float depicting silhouettes of kneeling soldiers, one next to a U.S. flag and the other next to a Confederate flag. The float included a sign reading, "Under one God." I mean, this is anti-whiteism for you. If you want to defeat it, you got to go free. That's what works. We continue having successes after successes. The testimonials continue to pour in, and I will continue to demonstrate, and I will debate anybody. I will continue to demonstrate the success of the Go Free method over everything else that's out there. Everything else up to this point has been a loser. Why would anybody keep pushing it? In 2020, this is the end of the article. U.S. District Judge William Ray ruled a suburban city near Atlanta did not violate constitutional rights of Sons of Confederate Veterans group by banning the Confederate battle flag from an annual Old Soldiers' Day parade. They're just white erasing everything. And you know it'll be the Stars and Stripes next. You absolutely know it will. Probably next will be state flags that'll have to be banned by anti-whites, white erased. The ruling, which was upheld by the 11th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, stated the parade amounted to government speech. The parade amounted, okay, so they argue it's private and therefore you don't have to honor freedom of speech. And then when they take it to the government says it's essentially government, and so and therefore you can't use this, right? Or this is what the overturning the government does here. Stated the parade amounted to government speech. No, it was upheld. Holy shit. So an endorsement then. Because governments are not obligated under the First and 14th Amendments to permit the presence of a rebellious army's battle flag. So you see exactly what I say every time. Interpretation. If they hold these seats of power, these nexes of power, and they can interpret the law, they can interpret judgments, prior judgments, they're always going to come to anti-white conclusions. It doesn't matter what the laws are, which is why you need something more substantive than another law or another politician. It's not enough. You need a new moral imperative. And that moral imperative can only come from the birth of a people out of a deracinated race, saying no more, using their voices, with their fists in the air, love in their hearts. That is the only place that a new moral imperative can come from. No more victimizing our people. It can't be born in the hatred of someone else. Rebellious Army's battle flag in the parade and the parades that they fund and organize, we affirm, okay, no matter how you slice it, cities and private entities have precedent for asking groups not to include Confederate flags in public celebrations. So I'll tell you all this before we go to a very, very brief break on a wonderful Christmas beginning to our gatherings this month, and Yule, Christmas and Yule for this month, is that there are massive amounts of money that go into the lawsuits and the Sons of Confederate Veterans and other groups that are out there also that I used to be a member of, these heritage groups, that tons of money, tons of time that go into those things to fight what is inevitably a losing battle. It's the same thing I told the people at NRA. You are fighting a losing battle. And you know what they told me? I shared this years ago. Should I share it again? The people at NRA said, we know it's a losing fight. And I said, well, then why don't you change it up? Why don't you heed what I have to say? Because they're riding high. The people in these other Second Amendment organizations that I tried to tell them, hey, it's right to self-defense. Stop talking about guns. Same sort of thing. They're making money. They're making house payments. They're making payments on their vacations. And so they're not going to rock that boat with something brand new that is going to contest and combat anti-whiteism. It's a losing battle. There is money in the white sympathetic sphere, implicit and explicit, going down the drain, time, intelligence, like there is no tomorrow. And we have to get to these folks, and we are getting to them, and we'll be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
drowning in the argument. The anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And we are back. How are you all doing tonight? Are you having fun at this gathering, this first Christmas Yule gathering? Let's have a look at what you all are saying in the live chat, as well as on these different financially gifting platforms. All right, we didn't miss anybody over there. And over here on Entropy, we have the great Irish Christ is here. And actually, we're going to read a comment by Irish Christ tonight. I have it up on the list of comments to read. And he says, with $10 financial gift, God bless you and thank you, brother. He says, do Western kind a massive service by memorizing and rehearsing Irish Christ's 5-point social lynching defense system. He says it's an invaluable tool for white advocates and was created to put Westmen in a morally dominant position over their anti-white victimizer. It will be left in the comments section. Kip indeed, brother. And thank you for all of your service. It was Irish Ice. Now it's Irish Christ. He goes out into the world and he gets into conversations with folks. And sometimes they push back in a very anti-white way. And he has, through his efforts, developed a specific sort of a 5-step what he does with these people. And it's definitely worth taking a look at. And I'll be reading, in fact, a comment from Irish Christ that has these 5 points in it. So you'll see it soon, as well as he's going to be posting it, I guess, in the thread under this video. Thank you for that, good brother. Thank you for your hard work and service to white well-being. That's being swash, ladies and gentlemen. Very swash of Irish Christ. We have in the question widget Lunder saying, hello, brother. In your opinion on the term pro-white, should it be used by those who want to help white well-being? In my opinion, no, it should not be used, because in the common lexicon of the population of our countries, that term pro-white, while it means, for many in the white sympathetic sphere who are explicit, while it means only positive things, we have to take into consideration what it means for the people we're going to be speaking with. And what it means for them is all of the anti-white ideas of harming non-white people, of, in fact, what we've been seeing with these people who have been slandering yours truly, is that the only way to have white well-being is to harm non-white people. And when our brothers and sisters, when that is triggered in them, they're not going to listen to anything you have to say. You know, I have had so many of these conversations, and this is the creation of the Go Free method is a process that's still taking place, condensing power and truth and success for the objective of putting an end to the victimization of white people for the good of everybody across Western civilization. That's a process of putting these conversations and these words into practice in the field, but first using, when it comes to the scientific method, using reason and logic. Does this make sense? Does it not make sense? And then taking it into the real world for the experiments, and then making conclusions and inferences from the outcomes of many of those repetitive conversations on whether or not the reason and the logic that was applied originally is successful, useful, correct. And so this process marches forward. And yeah, the average person, when they hear pro-white, they think, Romans saluting non-white killing person, irrespective of what you might think. And in some countries, the term pro-white can even be on the lists that governments keep for gangs and things of this nature. And that's what's used in the United States. So they say, if these symbols and this verbiage and etc. show up somewhere, then we are allowed to do more investigative activities. We are allowed to go beyond normal rules for operation when looking into those individuals. So no, I do not use it. It is extremely foolhardy. You're not going to be able, and this goes right to the heart of the question that one of our champs had emailed me, and I really didn't have a chance to look at that video of Dirty Fuentes, but for much of it. But what I saw is this conclusion that the only way, and this is specifically for Dirty Fuentes, the only way that we can advocate for Western kind and the United States is to rewrite history for our entire audience. So revisionist history never worked. Very bright people, researchers, like legitimate researchers, recognized around the world as legitimate researchers. Legitimate scientific endeavors where they're willing to lay all the data out for everybody to see. Professional. Listen, I looked at all that stuff because they came to me and they said, well, when it comes to the Holocaust, for example, when it comes to World War II, what was really happening? And when it comes to these sorts of things, I went through it all. And I took a look at all of it. The bottom line is, maybe I could phrase it this way, and it would be useful for folks, is that history is, in reality, history is like these, it's almost an infinite number of individual threads of ideas, of interpretations, of stories carried from past to present, future. And they come together. And the victors of the wars, the victors of conflicts, we know that they get to write the history. And but then you also have prejudices that of individuals, of organizations, of groups that are involved. And then you have researchers that and this is why I don't look backward at all. Then you also have these researchers that come forward and they'll say, oh no, what the establishment says is incorrect. And here are our reasons, and here is our research. And again, this is just more of these threads coming forward from the past. What ends up happening is folks who are unhappy with the regime and their interpretation of events of the past, whether somewhat, and it's going to be totally real in some cases, somewhat fabricated in some cases, somewhat misinterpreted, somewhat misread, and in whole scale writing fiction, out of whole cloth for history, for factual events. It's going to be that entire spectrum of that. Any of that, these people who are unhappy with the regime, this anti-white oligarchy, will agree immediately with anybody who says the opposite took place. Now, that's not actually intelligent. That's not actually mature. And that's not actually going to lead us to an end of our victimization. Just because somebody says what happened in the past didn't happen that way doesn't mean that the way they claim it happened will somehow benefit us in the present. Objectively. Now, subjectively, they might think it will, but most of the people who go to the new claims, these history revisionist claims, they go to them because they're just unhappy with the anti-white oligarchy, of which they have every right to be. We should all be unhappy with the anti-white oligarchy. But these are interpretations and stories and tellings, again, as I say, of other individuals out there. And therefore, objectively speaking, sort of a meta for me, I have no way of knowing what actually took place, what seriously, actually 100% took place in this period or that period, and 100% seriously and accurately know this historical figure or that historical figure. No way to possibly know. You could read all of the anti-white historian documents and all of the history revisionist documents and claims about a particular person. Ultimately, objectively speaking, on a meta for me, I have no way. I can't say who's right 100%. So I don't look back there. What I'm concerned about is where we are today and where I want our people to go. I want the victimization to end now for Western kind. And this will cure Western civilization for everybody. That's why it's impossible to know what happened yesterday. Now, aside from that, you have these people who fall into, maybe I should just slow this down a bit and try to explain, because this error recurs in the white sympathetic sphere. It's like this, it's like a, what do they call those? Like mega waves or super waves? What do they call those? Where every now and again, a wave takes on the energy from the waves in front of it and from the waves behind it. And it becomes like one of these mega waves that can take out ships. And this recurs. Specifically, what it is that the people who object to anti-whiteism in various ways, they look at the things that challenge us, the strongholds of the anti-whites. And one of the strongholds, of course, is the control of history. They know that's problematic because they run into that control. We call this the anti-white narrative, because they run into the anti-white narrative in the heads of everybody they speak to. And they say, wow, that's a real problem. That's a real bulwark. That's a real citadel of the anti-whites. It is. It absolutely is. And it is beyond attack. The only thing you can do, and this is the error that they end up making again and again, is that, well, we need revisionist history. We have to say the opposite. We have to say that these historical figures, we have to say their names, and we have to say, like in this case, oh, he's not all bad, or there were some good elements to him, or something like this. You are an individual, and you're going out into this teeming pool of hundreds of millions. And we could just specifically think about the white race here. But of course, you can include all of the non-white races that are in Western civilization as well. And in every single one of their minds is this absolute understanding of history. And you're going to try to rewrite it. That's where the rubber meets the road. In the laboratory of, well, if they control the history, then I can't move forward with my arguments. And so therefore, I have to undermine their interpretation of and promulgation of what they refer to as history. In the laboratory, that sounds right. Where here's the problem, here's the challenge, address the challenge, you move it out of the way, and I can get to making my arguments. I realized very early, and maybe this is an intelligence thing, but then put it, of course, to the test, that there's a big difference between the laboratory, theoretical, the conversation, the hypothetical, and the reality. So where exactly is the anti-white narrative? It exists in the minds of every single person we have to talk to. And so when you go to any of these individuals, when you go to any of these people, you have to take then this theoretical, abstract strategy to the real world, and you have to try to convince them everything that they've always learned all the way up to that point, and what they also believe that every other person believes. And we can already see the human animal, when it comes to ascertaining whether or not something is legit and successful or not, is terrible at it. They simply look at asses in the seats. They can look at Fuentes, Dirty Fuentes, and say, well, he's got a bigger audience than Jason does, so therefore what he's saying is correct. Although that audience has stuck with him while doing all of these 180s left and right. You know, like a little dog on crack chasing a bee through a field. They have no problem following that through the field. So he's right when he's going this direction, and he's also right when he's 180 degrees opposite of that direction. They look at that and they say, look at the number of asses in the seats. Could you imagine your interlocutor, the person you're talking to, thinking about, okay, well, hundreds and hundreds of millions of other people think that X happened in history. If X happened in history, and you want me to disagree with that, you, this one person standing in front of me, want me to disagree with that? Even when the person is popular, even when the person's a celebrity, they're thinking to themselves, everybody else thinks this way, and you want me to disagree with it? So I made the argument before that even if you work your ass off with a person, the guy who's your neighbor, and you're just, for the past 15 years, for the past 10 years, for the past 5 years, you've been showing him information from Ernst Zundel, and you've been hitting him up with information from who knows where else, showing him again and again. And he finally says, you know what, you might be onto something here. He is not suddenly going to be, and talk about the speed of, you know, the transmission there. He's going to know immediately, I'm not going out and telling anybody this stuff, because everybody else will look at me like I'm insane. And in fact, you hear the people in these circles, God bless them, you hear them say that exact phrase. I convinced somebody, but they can't say anything about it at work. They would lose their job immediately. They can't say anything to their family members. It would be over for their family right away if they did. So it is fool's gold to follow what in the abstraction, in the hypothetical will work, to follow that in the real world. Ultimately, what's happening when these people make these hypothetical worlds, when they say, if you think about it, and then they give you, when they make these hypothetical worlds, is they divest the hypothetical world of, geez, it almost seems like an infinite number of moving parts in the real world, so that their argument can succeed. And if you allow yourself to be gathered up by the nose and then dragged through an artificial world with a strategy that works in the artificial world, and you think you're going to take it to your life and have success, you're being a fool. And I strongly encourage you to turn away from that. You are not going to re-educate hundreds of millions of people. You absolutely are not. You are not going to be able to say that you love a certain painter, or that you love a certain political party that used to exist, or that you, whatever it is, or you think they weren't so bad, because, and in doing that, that the people that are your audience, that they're going to change their minds about these things and allow you then to make an argument in that vacuum. It simply has never happened, and it never will. That's all there's to it. So I appreciate, Lunder says here, hello. The question about the use of the term pro-white isn't, okay, the question of the use of the pro-white was not by Lunder. It was actually somebody, an imposter Lunder. Imposter Lunder asked that question. So thank you for clarifying, real Lunder. What do we have over here at Odyssey? Do we have anything going on there? We're going to get into the Go Free lesson of the day. We have a YouTube refugee saying, thank you for keeping the message positive. I'm sick of seeing all the people here who prioritize hating others over building up ourselves. So there's somebody over here with a name, Gas another group of mankind. That's his screen name, and he says, with respect, Jason, we have a serious Weltanschauung, and anyone who is indifferent or lukewarm ultimately has to be the enemy. So, I mean, the sort of the screen name, buddy, that you chose kind of invalidates your argument. You don't have this Weltanschauung. There is no white people. That's what we're building. And it can only be, a people can only be built in love, a people cannot be built in the rejection of another group of people. And when folks say that, well, you rally your people when you have an enemy, the unspoken premise is that you had a people to start with, and you don't have a people to start with. So you simply can't use that. Okay. So that's that. And then what was the other thing? Oh, that I think the person in the email had said that Dirty Fuentes was saying something about, well, there are, I guess, implying, I did not hear this part, but maybe he was implying that there are too many non-white peoples in Western civilization who will not endorse white well-being. We don't need them to endorse white well-being. If the white race becomes a people again, we will very easily exert our will when it comes to putting an end to our victimization. So we don't need the whole of the white race to become a people again, and we don't need all of the non-white groups being for the white race becoming a people again. Those are straw man arguments. If that's what Dirty Fuentes was saying, and it seems like maybe he might suggest that, because he's making the argument apparently that you have to revise history by saying these things. I think he used the word bookend, that at the end of every objection to the things that, or to many of the things, I should say, that people articulate in contradiction to anti-whiteism, that they'll say, oh, well, it's so bad, and therefore Nazis, or it's so bad and therefore, oh, so let them say all day, let the conservative content creators say all day that the Democrats are Nazis because of X, Y, or Z. I don't care. All I care about is putting an end to the victimization of our people today and moving forward. When your enemy, and now speaking not of our victimizer, but generally speaking, in fact, what was the battle where elephants were used for the first time? Was it Alexander the Great's father, where he faced elephants for the first time? Who was it in combat? And the elephants, this was a new and mighty weapon that was used. Absolutely, this powerful weapon, riding elephants into battle. They would crush, like unlike horses who try not to step on people, elephants will just flatten you. And they'll use their tusks and they'll just mow you out of the way. And of course, really thick hides. And the first conflict with these elephants, they just crushed everybody. They won the day easily. And then those who had to do battle with the armies using the elephants said, no, we're not going to ride directly into this most powerful force that they had. We're going to exploit the weaknesses of that force. And so they actually split up and rode between. They allowed the elephants to go through and then struck from the other sides. That is intelligence. That's why so many people, we talk about this. I'll go to your comments. We're going to get to the Go Free lesson of the day. But so many women, we talk about this when it comes to women, they think emoting is thinking. And so many guys think that the recitation of facts is thinking. Neither of those things are thinking. You can't strategize reciting facts. I'm not saying that you ignore history. You use from what you can actually glean as legitimate history or useful history. And usually, really, it just comes down to the understanding of the human animal, its psychology, its motivators, etc. But we have too many people who look at the recitation of facts as thought. And then they end up heeding somebody like a Dirty Fuentes over the years because they'll recite a great many different facts. Somebody like a Zundel, a great many facts. And they'll think, this person must know what we should do. Look at how many things they can recite. But of course, they don't. They're great at repeating what they've read or heard or watched. So we've got to come out of that short-sightedness. The sooner the better. DeNovo says, a people can only be built in love, close quote. Well said, No White Gill. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Your Yankee is here. Promethean Promulgation is here. Face is here. Hyperborean Dream is here. ForNull, the great ForNull. Pete, Western Kind Art. The Real Lunder is here. Victorian Time Traveler. Historical Revision is the hill. What do you mean to say here? It is myself against, and it nearly killed me. Metaphorically and literally. So Victorian Time Traveler climbed up on the hill of historical revision. And he said, that is the hill that nearly killed him, metaphorically and literally. And now he's here with something that works. He can speak to his family. They can now hear the things he has to say. So, and so many of you find, and folks will listen to me like, how do you know, Jason? I've been here for almost 3 decades. I've been talking to white sympathetic advocates face to face for nearly 3 decades. I hear them complain because remember, all that we hear everywhere else is doom documenting, doom dissecting, doom divining. I've heard them complain endlessly about, can you believe I told my family that this historical genocide didn't happen? And they won't let me come to dinner anymore. Yeah, I can actually believe that. No problem. Yeah, but I have all of these facts that I got that I just want to share with them. And they don't believe it. Well, no shit, because you look like a crank having read somebody that all the rest of them have never heard about and they've been told over the course of their entire lives by the establishment, by the schools, by the media, by their friends, by their enemies. They've been told that anybody saying something like that is some sort of a psychotic nut. And there you are in their presence repeating these things. So you totally can believe it. Rory is here. Great to see you. Says, I have all of my 3 children with me tonight. For the first time in 5 years, I'm looking forward to a very happy Christmas. Well, a most warm, happy Christmas to you and to all of your family, your children, your wife. Great to have you here. Corey is here. JK160 is here. Traveler says, I was hanging out with my friend and we struck up a conversation with a tourist from Minnesota. He pretended he could only speak Navajo and I translated for him. That's funny. Did you give him a bunch of really silly things to say that he wasn't actually saying? That would be good. The great Elaine Sabatino is here. Azimuth Clark and Jim. Fit and healthy at any age. Jody is here. Linda says, hello, Jason. Love the Christmas decor. Greetings, chat in 07. Well, God bless you. Thank you for being here. Ozark is here. Sam says, there were, in point of fact, just over 500,000 black slaves during the entire history of these United States. That is less than the number of whites that fought and died in that war. Yeah, and let me just point out to folks, back in the day, I heeded the arguments made by the older folks and the veterans in the white sympathetic sphere, and I educated myself on all of the War for Southern Independence, World War II, and on, everything, the kind of conversations that were likely to come up. And I would share facts with people. And I did it in, looking like this. I did it looking like this. So I was received as erudite, as professional, as mature, as moral. I was received that way by the people who were hearing me. And I would tell them things like, well, do you know that they have some rough numbers, about like 6 to 9% of the cargo of slaves that came across the Atlantic made it into the United States, and the rest went to Central South America. And, we talk about these different things, and they were like, oh, really, really, really? Well, I still stick with anti-whiteism. At the end of the conversation, it was always, I still stick with anti-whiteism. You could, I'm not saying that you never look at this sort of, if you're a proud Southerner and you and your family and you want to research that period so that you can have these conversations, so you have story to pass down, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're doing within your family, and you have sort of a family lore from which you can derive pride and love and an identity, and all of that. All of those are good things. But there's a big difference between having a family lore for your own little family and in some historical facts that you can say facts, who knows, maybe they're right, maybe they're not, to your children, to your wife, to your husband, whatever it is, versus building a people out of a deracinated race, versus converting brothers and sisters to coming over to a place where they too object, so that we all object in a unified way to anti-whiteism and can put an end to the victimization and destruction of Western civilization for all peoples of all immutable characteristics. There's a big difference, a very big difference there. Thank you for that, Sam. Who else is with us? And we have over here on Cash App, the one and only, I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting 10 I love Jesus Christ dollars. God bless you and thank you for that. And writing, as always, for white well-being. And amen to that. Motivated by pure love. And look, First Last just showed up like magic. He says, First Last says, I am with you, no white guilt. Jerome V saying, Jason came up with the MP concept during the hard work of trying to get our people to see. JC Denton is here. Great to see you. I've had, and I'm going to be sharing comments I'm going to be sharing your comments in just a little bit. We're going to be getting to the Go Free lesson of the day. But I want you to know, I've had some comments from people from the PWR community who are, when I share what they have to say, I will not share their names because unless they want me to. Because they're supportive and they're very upset over what happened. It's sort of like the silent majority scenario that conservatives have talked about in the past. But they know that to speak out in support of me in that environment is immediately to expose themselves, even if they're just purely anonymous. It's just an avatar and a name they use and a non-name they use. That it is to expose themselves, or i.e. that account, to endless ridicule, slander, attack, etc. The point in fact, there are people who have spoken out in support of me since, and what we're doing here in the white well-being, since this yay became the ruler of the white, explicit white sympathetic sphere, and I objected to it, that have spoken out in defense of me and what we're doing here, who have come under attack for doing so. When they've done it publicly, their face is out there, their name is out there, and they've come under attack. Pretty typical, taken bullets, people who have come under attack. And so for these folks, I won't say their names, but some of the messages have been really heartwarming. And we will get to the Caleb is here. Great to see you, champ. Heidi is here. Hello, sister. Welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and jump into Go Free lesson of the day because we're talking about thought leaders. And I will keep my eyes peeled for any questions, comments. Make sure you tag me. And we will get to your financial gifts as soon as they occur. And I see them. Thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. And this is on page 92. And should I read with or without my glasses? I don't know. Maybe I could do both looks. And I want to thank our great Kate for saying how much that she likes our decor here. Thank you so much, sister, young lady. All right. Page 92, second edition, iteration 2. I'm going to tell you what the notes I have for the third edition is a stack. It's going to be Go Free is, remember, and it's a workbook. It should be dirty. You should write in it. But it's going to be growing without question. Thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. Whether leading organizational entities or providing edutainment, thought leaders in the white sympathetic sphere are either doom documenters, doom dissectors, doom divinators is the one that we've added since. They either report on the harm that anti-whites are inflicting on Western kind and Western civilization, or they search through contemporary historical events and disciplines only tenuously relevant to our situation for deeper meaning, as well as the formulating of new questions to stimulate further inquiry. Often, doom documenters specialize in entertaining you, some by way of sharing the most sensational, mysterious, and infuriating acts of doom, and others by way of punctuating their doom documenting with flippancy, jocularity, and crude jokes. Can you think of anybody? You don't have to write their names, but can you think of content creators, organizational leaders that's what they do? That's what their advocacy looks like, whether it's a Confederate group, a World War II group, an antique nationalist group, just a news group, America First group. Isn't that what they do? Where is the formulation of a strategy that logically can contend with anti-whiteism in the world rather than in an abstraction hypothetical inside their heads. Remember now, I'm not using the words that they have adopted, created by people even before them, but they are using the words and concepts and adopting those that we have created and promulgated here. Doom dissectors, on the other hand, often self-importantly lecture their audiences, exploring the doom without any productive effort to apply discovered truths to practical use for recapturing our destiny. Their pretentious prattling is akin to the display of plumage, clearly revealing a self-serving agenda of self-aggrandizement, visibly relishing every compliment of their intelligence and education. A community participant, Lovely Porridge, wrote the following under a Going Free video. Quote, "Your message is simple. We are for white well-being. We are against anti-whiteism. This message appeals to everyday people, but this does not appeal to thought leaders because there isn't much to analyze and dissect. It wasn't created by the 18th century French philosopher. It isn't a rabbit hole of alternative worldviews and abstract thinking. If a humble trucker or shelf stalker can learn your methods and put them into practice, that makes the thought leaders redundant. That's why they create intricate webs of abstract ideas, which fosters endless pontification and deeper rabbit holes," close quote. And we mention here on page 94, an exotic form of content creator that can be found in both of these categories is the fantasist. The fantasist documents and dissects doom to stimulate fear, which he or she promises to alleviate with an entrancing solution. These solutions are unrealizable. The fantasist's analysis of conditions and prescriptions for remedies are faulty, often intentionally misleading, but intriguing. Such thought leaders are charlatans. Praise, sex, and money are their objectives. You also have, before the final paragraph here, the doom divinator. And the doom divinator is somebody who says that just around the corner, X, Y, or Z, and it's all going to be terrible. So it gets people, it preys on people and this need to know about danger in the hopes of being able to avert it. You can see that it's a genetic thing, this need to know about danger, and that therefore these people are predators preying upon these poor folks because they never articulate a legitimate way to overcome the impending doom. So these people are trapped in this, it's sort of like, maybe you could think of it almost like in the arousal during sex but there's never a finish. So it's like this genetic, what's the next thing to be scared of? How bad is it going to be? And never any way to get out of it. Never any genuine way to stop it or to survive it or what have you. And to a degree, all of the doom, or to a degree, most of the doom documenters and divinator and dissectors also divine as well. In sharp contrast, Go Free is a revolutionary practice and a radical departure from the forms above. In keeping with the Western can-do spirit, Going Free has and continues to serve the objective of recapturing our destiny. We serve that objective by seeking pragmatic solutions to our individual and group challenges, and then subjecting those potential solutions to reason, logic, and evidence, as well as the scientific method. So I don't know if anybody has any questions about that. First Last also says it puts you into a doom loop when you are endlessly and First Last will know, you go to these, and many of you will, you go into these different IRL events, and come on, just say it right now in the chat. Be honest. I know the vast majority of you already are, but if some of you are still like, you got 1 foot back in antiquity, you got 1 foot in the things that are just wretched and don't work, and you got 1 foot over here, there are a couple of those who are straddling. And remember, if you straddle too long, you're going to need a proctologist. But just be honest. What happens when you go to all of these other events? What kind of conversations take place? People get to, now remember, I've been here doing these, and I've done far more meetings and conferences than you'll ever dream of doing. Far more. You know, you go to these things and everybody there is talking about the latest horrible thing. Doom documenting. Trying to outdo each other with how horrible the story is that they get to share. They want to have the most wretched, blood-curdling story of all of what's happening to us. Then they take the opportunity, very many of them, to some degree or another, to doom dissect. When it comes to the naming community, they go immediately to the dissection of, it's jaywalkers, it's jaywalkers. That's the doom dissection there. Who's behind it? Who's responsible? They want to talk about that. And then their greatest pet peeves, their own ideas on how to fix it. And I'm sorry, and I'm not sorry, but we are facing psychological warfare of the level the world has never known. The anti-white oligarchs understand the human animal in a way that kings and rulers have never understood the human animal, because they've been able to do widespread and continuing research. And they have us by the basketballs. That means that we have to have a psychological approach. We have to control the thinking in our own story. And I know you have a lot of folks out there. There are people who are very smart, and they do wonderful in their fields. And I would be wretched in their fields. But they have no problem giving their own ideas about how this can be remedied, no matter how little they've thought about it, no matter how actually intelligent they are, no matter what kind of reading they've done, with an absolute just obtuse when it comes to any other suggestions, no matter, and they have no problem saying, no, this is the way to go. This is what you find at these meetings. Every single one. What happens when we get together? What happens, let's talk about in the virtual world. What happens when we are talking in our chats, in our conversations? We are talking pragmatically about tools that are used in the field and their level of success or lack thereof in bringing over folks with concepts to a new story in which we are the heroes, and thereby creating a people out of a deracinated race. Those are two different worlds. It's not like, well, it's a bunch of ideas and it could be anybody's. I mean, you could think that. You could think that if you like. I don't think that. Because I know when something sucks. I mean, if I were selling a product or service and I have 100 years of losses on this product, I would go ahead and dump the product. I would go ahead and say, this doesn't work. You know, if I had products and services and prospective clients came up and 999 out of 1,000 were not only refused the product, or out of 10,000, 1 out of 10,000 or more, not only refused the product or service, but they were like, we're going to burn your store down. We're going to kick you out of the family. We're going to fire you immediately from your job. I would dump that product or service. Maybe not everybody is the same. I get it. But let me specialize in what I specialize in. You can specialize in what you specialize in. This is what we're doing here is not like anybody can do that. It's like anybody could play soccer. Well, yes. Anybody could play soccer, but go ahead and try to play a professional soccer players. Is it the same game anymore? So if you all have any comments or questions to that, we'll move on quickly to the glossary. Out of the glossary and the meme pathogen of today, Heidi says, the glasses look very intellectual. Well, thank you. Every time I put them on, 50 more IQ points. That's how it works. Okay. Let's jump into this meme pathogen. Let me get my... What was going to be our... I thought I had gotten it ready. Apparently, I did not get it ready today. We have it here. Right. There is no white culture. Let's find. Oh, there it is. There is no white culture. Have you all heard that one? We just had that from on Kate's Twitter tantrums. We had this Miranda anti-white woman, which, by the way, you should watch that episode because you get to see a radical white anti-white woman come into contact with a number of our heroes, Kate specifically, who use the lexicon. And instead of Miranda being able to leave that conversation triumphantly feeling moral and our advocates feeling immoral, if you're honest with yourself, when you walk away from these things, you feel like you've done something wrong, you feel bad. I hated that most of all. I had so many times I had conversations with people, especially handing out leaflets, and it was the worst. I got to tell you, I would be out, might be a carnival, it might whatever. I would hand out a leaflet for maybe this group or that group, and I would begin talking to the person about what was on the leaflet and everything going on, using a lot of these old strategies. And one of the absolute worst sensations of my life is what I would regularly experience, which is this absolute condemnation of being morally reprobate. Like you are sick. That's it. They would be able to say to me, "You're sick for thinking that." You know that? That is completely immoral. Why are you believing these, X, Y, or Z? You should be ashamed. And there were no responses for that. There was no the old way of doing things. It was just, you're just, people would say, what you should tell them is that they're just brainwashed by jaywalkers. Oh yeah, that makes it better. I would turn and walk away from that, and I would feel in my heart like this sting, this absolute stinging sensation. And I thought, I don't want to feel this anymore. And if we are going to have advocates, and when I say advocates, I mean every single white person and every single good non-white person who are going to be able to have these conversations with strangers, some of whom, in fact, a great many of whom, I have like tons of memories flashing back of horrible instances, a great many of whom are going to object, right, to whatever you say. We need to be that champ that walks away from that conversation with the head up and them walking away with the head down. I noticed so many times that I would walk away, and no matter how much I knew that I was right, no matter how much I knew that my cause was legitimate, because I'm a moral person. I would not wed myself to something that was immoral and ugly and was going to harm other people. I would not be out there advocating it. No matter how much I knew that walking away from those interactions, I found invariably that I would be hanging my head, feeling shame, feeling like I had been wrong, feeling like I was excluded from society. Like I was one of those, like mavericks that society is just pushing out into the wasteland of nothingness. And I thought, this is wretched. I am not that kind of a person. These people are the jerks. And I would go back and I would tell these folks, I would say, no, look, I feel this way. Do you feel that way? You know, and they, oh, Jay, you just tell them the F off. You just tell them the F right off. They're just effing been brainwashed by jaywalkers, and they just on and on, that kind of garbage. The whole of society, you're not going to be able to walk away from conversation after conversation after conversation. You're not going to keep that up very long, feeling that burn, that sting, you know, and some of these people, all they would have to do, and these are just average folks in places like Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia, Maryland, having these conversations with normal folks, and sometimes at War for Southern Independence reenactments, sometimes at carnivals, sometimes at shopping centers, sometimes malls I went to and handed leaflets out. Boy, that never went good. They call the security. And sometimes all they would do is look at you with disgust, and you would feel it in your heart. Like you were the outsider. You were this scum. They would tell me in all these different conversations, I would have folks through different groups, so white sympathetic sphere, explicit white sympathetic sphere in general, that, Jason, they're the scum. They're the actual scum. And so I thought to myself, wait a second. We need to bring these people over. We need them on our side. And you want me thinking of them all as scum? If I think of them as scum, I don't want to bring them over. I don't want to be polite. I don't want to talk with them in love. I need to think of them as folks who need to be rescued, as folks who need to be redeemed. That's what I have to think of them as. And then if I think of them like that, I will think of the ways that they are good and the ways that they can be redeemed. If I think that they're all scum, brainwashed by jaywalkers and all this sort of filth, my mind will supply me with a bunch of reasons of why they're scum and they're all brainwashed and they can't be redeemed. So I decided I really hated feeling like garbage. I had times, I don't know, maybe I should share a couple of these times with you so you could really understand. I remember I was at a restaurant once. I can't remember, somewhere in Central Virginia. And there was this really nice looking, handsome white family, big white family. They were eating, it was lunch with a couple other handsome white families. And we were somewhere in Central Virginia. So it was like Southern folk, good people, you know, salt of the earth kind of folk. And you could tell. And the husbands were clearly like, you know, working class, blue collar folks. And there was me and another guy. And I had gotten done, or both of us had gotten done distributing literature. And I went up to the woman who was walking back from, maybe it was an open salad or something. I can't remember. Salad bar. And we were leaving. And I remember I was like, I don't want to cause any trouble. So maybe I'll just give one of them a leaflet and kind of just a couple good words and walk away and we'll leave. Cause trouble, by the way. That's one of the other things when you use these other methods, you know, you're going to cause trouble, and it's not causing trouble in a good way. So, and you know, you're going to get the police called on you and all of that sort of thing. It was never a good feeling. You always felt like you were breaking the law. You always felt like you were going to be lynched, not just socially lynched, but they would like drag you off. And I don't feel like that at all with the Go Free method. But I remember I was walking out and I had one of the leaflets. I just had it open. There weren't many words on it. I handed it to her and she looks at it. And I said just a couple of words that were not offensive. The words were not, but she looked at, she read, and she looked up at me with total disgust and pushed it back at me. That burned for like a week. And it wasn't like something like what Kanye West is saying or anything like that. Nowhere close. That was on that leaflet. That burned for like her look from these beautiful white families, these handsome, all these little white babies. And I thought, surely they gotta care about that's their future is eaten right there with them. And if you want to really change the world, you can't expect advocates to feel like that again and again and again and again. They're just not going to do it. You need them to be able to come from a moral high ground so that when somebody objects and they're nasty, then you feel, as I feel when they behave that way, that they are the immoral one. And so many folks who are going free now can attest to that, whether it's in person or online. Even with this Miranda, they would have felt that if they had been using any of these old methods, antiquated, superannuated methods, they would have come away from that feeling the burn, feeling like they had been immoral, and saying, well, she's just a bitch. She's just a bitch. But instead, they come away feeling like they were morally superior, and because they are. And what happened to Miranda? She banned them because she felt morally inferior, because she felt immoral as a consequence of the conversation. And nobody wants to feel that way. There is no white culture. And that was one of the things Miranda had tried to say. White is nothing. That's a meme pathogen, an anti-white concept. We suggest the meme curative. Only an anti-white would say that. You wouldn't say that about Jewish culture. You wouldn't say that about black culture. You wouldn't say that about any non-white group. Only whites, which proves that you're anti-white. You can, and I have commentary here as well. If you're like in conversation with a family member and you've got more time to talk and you want to maybe help them understand, after saying the meme curative, you can say white culture is the immutable norms we take, innumerable norms that we take for granted, such as ideas of right and wrong, high and common art and architecture, norms of superior, subordinate, relationships to animals and the environment, science, etc. All of that is white culture and more. So let's jump into, as we speed through the time, the glossary. And I want to mention white noir, and I'll take a look at what you all are saying. What are we saying? What are we talking about when you hear us say white noir? Well, white noir is the multi-dimensional and pervasive physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual trauma suffered by Westmen as a consequence of MP infection and living in anti-white societies. So MP infection, anti-white concepts, one of them we just read to you, that there's no such thing as white culture or Western culture. So this is when you live with this in your subconscious minds, i.e. something you've learned, when you live with that in your mind and that's continually being repeated in your mind by the subconscious, you suffer physically, mentally, spiritually as a consequence of it. And there are different degrees of injury depending on the person, depending on the environment that they were in, depending on what their personal constitution is to be able to resist such things. And therefore, that white noir undermines your, we refer to potential to power, but just imagine it as your potential. How much would you be able to do physically? How much would you be able to do mentally? How far spiritually would you go? And we have people spiritually who are Christians, Catholics, Mormons, people who practice the European religions, who all say that they have spiritually grown since addressing the infection inside of them. The infection being the ideas about what it means to be white, what a white person is, what the white race is. And if you doubt, as we've said before, whether or not that would be harmful to you, think only for a moment what you would say if somebody said, what if black kids or any other non-white group, what if they were taught from the moment of their birth all the way through their lives, but certainly through their childhood, that their race was inherently evil, that their race had stolen from the whole of the world, that their race had caused everybody else to suffer privation and hardship and setback, and that nobody of any other race is happy today because of their people. Do you think that would undermine their potential? Of course it would. And you know it would. Same thing's happening to you. Same thing's happening to our people as a whole. So I'll take a look at your comments and questions. But the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to break out a giant 07. And I hope you will with me as well. A swashbuckling gentleman, if there ever was one. Dude, bro, moment. Financially gifting 50. Let's go with white well-being dollars. 50. Let's go with white well-being dollars. God bless you, dude, bro, moment. And he writes for white well-being. Raucous emojis. 07s. God bless you, man. Always great to see your name appear. Keep your raucous emojis going. Keep those swashbuckling flags going. 07s. Raucous emojis. We got to get excited for each other. We celebrate each other here. And we got another one to celebrate right now. First Last just chimed in with 100 Go Free Method dollars. 100 Go Free Method dollars from First Last. And he says he wanted us to hear with those $100. If you don't use Dvorak, you're not my type. Good one, brother. If you don't use Dvorak, you're not my type. Very good. He's witty as well. As you all know, he's another certified genius. Our community, the only one who has certified geniuses, and we have a ton of them. So what movement is going to go the furthest? Is it going to be, are you going to be over in a group somewhere, some party or some whatever it is, some pool party or some other group somewhere where people have screen names like Zio Turd Hunter and Shekel Beast, and think that you're going to attract loving, wholesome, moral geniuses? I don't think so. And you're going to need them if we're going to recapture our destiny. Trust in that. We've got the geniuses. We've got the beautiful people. We've got the creative people. We have the people with ingenuity. We have the people with booming hearts. We have the spiritual people, the genuinely spiritual, not the corrupt and fake and degenerate, but the genuinely spiritual people. We have them here. The only folks that we're lacking still are the big money people. But don't worry about that. That's going to happen. That's going to eventually happen. Because everybody is seeing increasingly that we need a way out of this. And it's not going to be by LARPing. It's not going to be by way of some antiquated method that continues to fail and fail and fail, no matter what the arguments or how persuasive the Dirty Fuentes might be. It's got to be something that makes the actors, the people who are taking it into their world, into themselves, which, by the way, is the first place That's the first person you have to argue with, is the person in your own head. Because that subconscious mind, full of all those anti-white concepts, is telling you, and you know it. You better admit it. If you want to heal, you want to get better, you better admit it. That the moment you started thinking X, Y, or Z in contradiction to the anti-white narrative, your own mind said, oh, you are an immoral bastard. You better shut your mouth. You know what people look like that hold that opinion? They're ugly. They're ugly, and it's not beautiful at all sizes. This is just morbidly obese and diseased. You know that's what was delivered to you by your subconscious mind. You got to be honest with yourself. That's the only way you can heal. And God bless everybody who's being honest with themselves and with everybody else around us about this infection and about treating it the way that it needs to be treated. Every firing from a job is not the same, despite what the namers would say. You're going to get fired if you say anything. Every firing is not the same. Every ostracization from a family is not the same, or a friend group. If you are fired because you object to the victimization of white people witnessing that are going to sympathize with you, and they are going to look with a condemnatory eye on those who took those steps. That is the way a curative contagion is spread. When even not only your positive words, your message, your demeanor, whatever you articulate spreads the lexicon, the concepts, but even aggressive and harmful acts against you spread the lexicon. White folk will look at that. Good people of non-white races will look at that and will say, that's wrong. Kelly only wanted to put an end to white people being victimized. And why is that bad? I can't believe that boss thus and such did that. And then you know what? That Indian guy thinking that is going to end up being Kelly's boss at some point, and he's going to get rid of Kelly. On the flip side, if you're fired because you are saying that the Holocaust never happened, that Indian guy or whatever is going to think that you are a scary, nasty person and good to have you out of the office. The white people that saw you get fired, they're going to say, good, glad to have him or her gone. Completely different. So in one case, yes, let them take an aggressive act and victimize advocates for white well-being, because that spreads the work that we're doing. In the other case, it continues the anti-white narrative, and you're now just a person without a job and in a field that you were trained that you can't work anymore. Congratulations. Ye's law. Thank you so much, Dude Bro Moment. All right, let's see what's being said in these other. All right, so we got another one of these namers. Just want to point out, and I encourage the name them people, the antags, really, as you sum all of this up, and the antagonist in the anti-white narrative. If you are an antag, then put your comments over there on Odyssey, and I will take a read, and then I will show you how you're wrong. Tag me as No White Guilt if you want me to see what you have to say, but put it over there, and then I will show you how you are wrong. So this person called, I don't even want to read because the ear is against the door, and the AI will definitely take heed of that. So says, using absolute truths is a good strategy. It avoids rhetorical quagmires. So the problem here is that what you are calling an absolute truth is considered bullshit by hundreds of millions of white people that you have to talk to. So this goes to straight to the heart of the question. So do you have a response for what I just said? hundreds of millions of our brothers and sisters think that what you're calling an absolute truth is bullshit. So you have to speak to what I just said or accept that you are wrong. This is how a white man works. This is how science works. Aristotle and Bacon are with me. They're standing behind me. So you got to be a white man, and you could say, well, here's an argument that overcomes the reality of everybody thinking that what I call an absolute truth, they think is bullshit. This is all this absolute lie from these namers that, well, Jason's not being truthful. They're being truthful is so conspicuously erroneous and fraudulent and can never be actualized for the success of putting an end to our victimization, that it is almost difficult, where it is difficult, but almost impossible to speak to claim that you have some sort of a stranglehold on absolute truth. Donald Trump, a billionaire genius at the height of his popularity, could not declare absolute truth. But you, in your, hopefully you work for a living, and you perhaps you have overalls on, perhaps you wear like a decent tie and shirt or whatever it is to your job, at your $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year job, you're going to be able to declare absolute truth? Give me a break. And then your absolute truth is to demonize another group of people and make the namers are also the goalpost movers. It's like they are the most adroit goalpost movers you've ever met. I mean, and they'll say, "Oh, we don't want anything terrible to come to them, befall of them." And then their name has genocide in it. Their name has gas in it, wood chipper or gas. I mean, it's, you don't want to, no, I just want to notice a pattern. I'm a interior designer. I just notice patterns everywhere. Everyone else is going to be able, when they hear you, when you start talking, they're immediately, you are invoking in their heads Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. That's what comes up in their heads. So, and rational thinking, logical thinking happens. If you're demonizing a group and saying they have a monopoly or near monopoly on it, on all of the bad, that negative steps would be taken against them. You know how I can prove that the people who are these namers want negative steps taken against jaywalkers? Come close. Let me cue you in. I'm going to cue you in. I'm going to whisper this to you. Listen. It's just between you and me. I have asked these people in the past, hey, what if everybody around you accepted that this group of people, all of them, moment they're born, were responsible for all of the evil in society and the world, and then they decided they didn't want to do anything to them? Would you be okay with that? Lo and behold, they're not okay with that. Lo and behold, they're not okay with everybody in society believing that entire group from birth is responsible for all that is awful in the world, and then make the decision nothing should happen to them. Nothing negative should happen. So for all those people out there who came into my chat, attacking all the people who are in service to white well-being, go ahead and speak to that. Are you okay with society deciding, well, so what if they're all responsible for all that is bad? Nothing should be done to them. Of course they're not. Nothing but liars. And here's another one. This imp, maybe imp X. Now, I don't know if you are making the argument I'm thinking of. So maybe you're talking to somebody in the chat. I might, and so therefore I'm not speaking directly to you. But imp X said, who said all of them? Calling out the elites does not include the entire group. Okay. Why is it that when I, on PWR and anywhere, specified anti-white Jews, that you all bristled and you were like, what the, why is he saying anti-white ones? You all had a deep, and not you, Imp, had a deep issue with me saying anti-white Jews. Not all of them, anti-white ones. Just like anti-white white people. Oh, no, that's totally unacceptable, Jason. Why are you only saying anti-white ones? Well, that, of course, is immediate evidence that you mean all of them. So maybe this person actually is talking about anti-white oligarchs, or they're in another conversation. Anti-white oligarchs of any race, of any people, because all that matters is they're anti-white. But all of these others, oh no, anti-white Jews versus innocent Jews, that's not good enough. So this is so, if there is a God in heaven, you know what he's going to do? He's going to do to all these people. That's what he's, if there's a God in heaven, that's what's going to happen. Because I am so objectively right, empirically right, demonstrably right, that there is no conversation whatsoever. Damn, it feels good to be this awesome. And that's what we do here in Going Free. We make heroes out of people who decided that they were going to dedicate themselves to the well-being of Western kind. All right, let me see what you all are saying, and we're going to get on to the announcements and your comments and calls. How does that sound? All right, let me check Cash App. Did we miss anybody over there? I am loving my Christmas decorations. I went over 2 million views. 2 million hard fought, bloody knuckles, bloody face views. Bruised up all over views. 2 million. And that, if I'm going over 2 million, that means you went over 2 million. Because this is a team. And the sub count on all of my platforms going up in the midst of all of the attacks by so many degenerate folks. And all these good people left in the explicit white sympathetic sphere that were terrified and terrorized into silence. I feel for them, and my hand and heart still goes out to every single one of you. You are welcome here. I want you to come out of those benighted ways. All right, didn't miss anybody else on Cash App. And how are we over on Entropy? Didn't miss any financial gifts on Entropy. And we have over in the question widget, Edamon 3 is back. If that's how you want to pronounce it, Edamon. Or maybe I should go back. Do you all remember when I used to read people's names in a really silly way? Hey, you know what we need to do? We need to listen to the video, watch the video that No White Guilt Clips made. You all need to share that. I've pinned it to the top of my Twitter. And also, this is another thing. Some of the quality of people that have shown up since the divorce has been amazing. It's just like ordinary, successful people in the world are suddenly like, yeah, I'll check that out. That makes sense. So Edamon3 says, some white positive folks I've met are confused by the term Western kind, even when I explain it to them that they are genetic Europeans and say that anyone can be Western. How do you refute this claim? I refute it simply by saying, and thank you for the question, when did non-white people create Western civilization? Where in the history of the world did Western civilization come to be without white people? If Western civilization, and that's what we're talking, when we're talking about Western civilization, we're talking about Western culture. And when we're talking about Western culture, we're talking about the aggregate of the biospiritual projection, which you can refer to as instinct. And every group of animal has it. You can still believe we have a soul, but we're in an animal body. That is the aggregate of our projection. Where did Western civilization get created without white people? Where did Asian civilization get created without Asian people? Where did Black civilization get created without Black people? I always toss in that none of these are better than the other. There isn't a cosmic scale. There isn't a cosmic scale that measures them for better or worse. There are preferences for where people want to live, and we can see that a lot of people preference living in the West. But that is how I handle it, and there's always no ability to refute that by an honest person. So, I mean, you will come across anti-whites, radical, fanatical, sick, should be in a straitjacket anti-whites, rarely though, who will say, especially in person, a little more often online because there's that anonymity, but in person will say, oh no, everything in the West was stolen by white people 3 millennia ago, or, you know, from all these non-white groups. And then when you come across somebody like that, it's the same thing. Like when you come across an anti-white liberal, you just say, thank you for telling me. In your mind, you can finish the sentence that you are a piece of garbage. Thank you for telling me you are a piece of garbage. Just the first part you say out loud, and then you move on your way to somebody who can hear. 100%. There are white brothers and sisters out there who want to hear, who need to hear what you have to say, brother. Thank you very much for that. It's a great question. The great Mestizo is with us. Looking great, brother. He says, I'm grilling chicken while going free. That's awesome. Grilling chicken with going, what is it, Colonel Sanders? Is it Colonel Sanders? Because you know that he is Galaxy at night. Ken Galaxy. That guy's actually a great sport. He thanked No White Guilt Clips for making that. And so don't vex that guy. He's actually a great sport. Let me see over here on Odyssey to see if I'm going to turn off this. If you can believe it, it's winter, but the machines in here produce so much heat. The AC has to be turned on every now and again. All right. Well, this person over here heard me say anti-white Jews, and he said it's a great phrase, and he supports it. Fantastic. Wonderful. That's the way you should be. There is definitely a difference. All right, and nobody over there, and I didn't miss anybody's. Okay, didn't miss any financial gifts on Odyssey. So we are good, and we got the questions answered there. And I'll take a quick look at Anomalous is here. Who else do we have? Fox is with us. Let me scroll back to the top here. Thank you all for your Raucous emojis. Heidi says, I think that's a good idea. Never heard you really express these experiences before. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah. Could you explain a little bit more about arousal prior to sex? No, it's the arousal, it's the excitement during, but then no finish. West Middlebrook says, Jason Kuna for U.S. president. Wouldn't I kick ass? That would just be amazing. I would not mess around at all. I wouldn't. If I had been Trump, or if I had been an advisor to Trump, this is what I would have argued. The moment he was sworn in and could do what he wanted to do as president, I would have said 82nd Airborne, 101st along the border with Mexico. Paratroop, drop them in. Though I want major military operation. They land, they secure the border, and they immediately set to laying the groundwork for the exact same type of physical barrier that is used in the 38th parallel on the Korean Peninsula. Nobody gets across. Nobody tries. Nobody is raped trying to get across the 38th parallel. Nobody dies of exposure trying to get across the 38th parallel. Nobody dies from being stung by scorpions and rattlesnakes. Nobody is roped into stuffing drugs up their rectum to cross the 38th parallel. Nothing. No people are harmed. The 38th parallel is amazing. How did we do it there? So maybe we should do the same thing here. And then we would have I don't know, we would advertise the fact that we were putting this new barrier in place. We would have great big signs. There would be fences. It would take a very inexpensive chain link fence. Fences that would be up. You could even have these sort of cut throughs that would be fenced off, so that if there's migration of wildlife, and then that would be very easy to patrol so that no humans could try to cross. So you could have the wildlife getting through. They wouldn't have a wall they couldn't get through. And gigantic signs saying, it's not good to walk out here. You could do that. That's what I would have done. Imagine how awesome that would be. For the news reports, seeing the president is commander in chief. And if they said, oh, well, you can't do that on American soil. Okay, I'll drop them on the Mexican side. Just pick up the phone to the Mexican president and say, this is going to happen. And since you survive on our dollars, your whole country survives on our dollars, you're just going to shut the fuck up. That's what's going to happen. We're going to drop them on your side, and then we're going to build this area along the border. So, problem solved. You can't do that in America with the military. Okay, we'll do it on the Mexican side. Problem solved. And simply tell, you don't have to threaten Mexico with any sort of military action or sanctions or anything. Just say, hey, we'll just stop the reimbursements. That's the chief income for Mexico. We will just shut off the money being sent to your country from Mexicans in the United States. That'll be the end of Mexico. What do you say? And then they'll say, okay, we'll shut up now. And then I would say, and you will then travel here after we begin the construction of this new barrier between our countries. You will travel here and you will bring me some sort of a great gift, thanking me for maybe a giant sombrero, thanking me for finally putting an end to the problems that our countries have at this border. You will do that, or we will turn off the money heading to your country. Sound good? Is that a deal? And then I will learn. You bring me a golden sombrero, and I will learn a dance to do around the golden sombrero. And we both can dance around the golden sombrero. How does that sound? That's what I would want. That would be much more entertaining than what we ended up with. and effective. And I would let all of these, could you imagine CNN and MSNBC and all, oh my God, videotape of the troops paratrooping in. You demonstrated the success of the Go Free method in public with a 4 out of 4 victory. The Ant-Nats and white negatives will not hand out leaflets and have actual conversations with people. Thank you, Franklin, the head of the GFC of Virginia. 4 out of 4 victory. Yes. We dominate. And Irish Christ is doing it all the time out in public, dominating. Not a problem with the Go Free method. Get out your raucous emojis. Let's have a celebration, folks. The Christmas Yule time is here. The tree is up. We were even singing Christmas. We'll sing more Christmas carols, maybe. Probably not today. But I had to do the Grinch because it's all of these ugly Grinch-like people who Kate can tell us how small, Kate, was the Grinch's heart. Oh, how apropos for all the antags out there who continue to malign and slander and misrepresent yours truly. But celebrate raucous emojis. 07s, some swashbuckling flags for Maki. Financially gifting 25 US beautiful dollars. He says, destroy Mexican drug gangs day 1. Oh my God, amen to that. Destroy, well, I mean, all drug gangs, right? I mean, that, not just the Mexican ones. Every drug gang, every human smuggling gang. It would be very easy. It'd be very easy. We know where they are. We know who they are. Go get them. And also, another thing I would do is, you have a lot of these drugs. This has been an opinion of mine for a very long time, that if I were in charge or I could influence the person in charge, that you have these giant farms growing these unbelievable drugs. You have the drugs being shipped over from China, for example. Now, when it comes to these giant drug cartel farms in Central South America, there isn't a country there and anywhere that is legitimate without our funding, without our support. So I would just say, you will continue to get our support, and we are going to bomb the shit out of all of these farms, just so you know. And we would just use conventional bombs. We wouldn't use laser guided. You don't need laser guided. You just every now and again, a very inexpensive set of conventional bombs. You go over, there you go. It's all gone. And people get the message. I'm not going to work for that cartel because the last 5 times, the fields filled up with workers and then they were in pieces. So not doing that. And these countries, it would be part of the deal. You want U.S. Right now, everybody in America, you all have been convinced that somehow it's legit to just tap the shit out of us. Just take all of our money, all of our military, economic support, political support, and it just has. Are you kidding me? Trump was the first time that Trump was saying, hey, these other countries have to do something. They have to give something in return. We just don't owe everybody. There's no force in heaven or nature that says white race has to just do all this for all these other groups. So I'd say, okay, we've been doing this for all this time for you, for your people. The structure, these whole governments would fall apart overnight. And so this is now going to happen. This is now your new way of life. You can't control these groups, so we will. And then when it comes out of China, I know we can't bomb in China with their nuclear weapons, but I would just sink every one of their ships coming across that's carrying drugs. We would identify the legitimate cargo, and then anything carrying any drugs sunk. That's simple. And just tell the Chinese, too bad. You're trying to ship drugs into this country. That's an act of war. And so, too damn bad. This country allows everybody to get hooked on drugs. Look at what happened to China when they all got hooked on drugs. Thank you so much, Maggie. 25 white well-being dollars. Trevor Blue is here. Hello, Maki, a champion, ladies and gentlemen, a champion. Caleb says, no I guilt for everyone. Who is that white student transmission? Great to see you, good brother. Is that a drug lord or something? Felix? Sabatino says, I have to leave the stream, so I'm catching up on high speed. Had to leave the stream, so she's back and she's catching up on live, on high speed. Thank you so much for that. Crofta, he says, give a stump speech for president. Maybe I will. Franklin says, Vivar asked a question. All right, where is that person? Let's see if I can find that person and then we'll see what it is. All right. Oh, here we go. Vivar says here, instead of sub-tweeting people, I don't know what that, sub-tweeting. Can somebody tell me what sub-tweeting? Yeah, it says sub-tweeting people. So I'm not sure what that is, Vivar. Instead of sub-tweeting people who name the jaywalkers, the ears against the door, why don't you just debate? And then he names a person who is one of these, named the jaywalkers. I'll debate anybody on the benefit of not. We had, if you remember, Vivar, you can go look it up, that we had that person on PWR before the folks from that group, all but one, laid down the law that they weren't going to come on PWR anymore because I was there. And in fact, there was the threat that they weren't going to have anything to do with Mark or PA anymore because I was on PWR. And so we reached a middle ground where I would not appear when they did. And then they decided that they would appear again. Now, at the end, over the course of that conversation, I guess there were, well, primarily at the end, I don't want to, I want to try to be as specific as possible, put it that way. At the end, I asked a question that was includes what you're asking about here. And that individual did not have a good response for it. So I've got no problem. I make my cases here, and you have heard the name them people make their cases. You heard, for example, when I was, or potentially you, when I was on with JF, and there was like this impromptu debate between myself and Duke. And then Dickie Spencer called in to take Duke's side on that same issue about name them. Now, remember, when you say name them, it's not enough to name the ones that are victimizing us. Because I've got no problem saying anti-white of any particular group. So that's not the issue. The issue is that I won't name them all. I won't condemn them for the way they were born. And the question I put to Duke, and the same question that when Spencer came in, same question I put to him, challenge I put to them both, that neither of them could resolve, is that you don't have a people to create an opinion for about a threat to that people. So the premise when the name them people make the argument, so you could, for example, you could go back and you could say, hey, how is it? Here's Jason's argument. How is it that how do we engender a people by talking about a threat to the people when the people don't exist? The people, the individuals, see themselves as radical individualists. They don't see their individual welfare by way of their group's welfare. You need that first. So you could just, if you want the answer, because ultimately, you know very well with these debates, it's not like you're going to get a academic, sophisticated, polite discussion that the participants are going to be intellectually honest in these things, and where they see their position without defense, submit to the superior argument. These things come down to who can get a dig at the other person, insult the other person, so that those who follow that individual will all celebrate, oh, it was a giant victory and there was a win. And that's the end of it. So just, if you believe that this name and slay them is the strategy to go with, then return to those people and say, hey, I'm an honest individual, intellectually honest. I want to know. If we don't have a people, then when we say this, what ends up happening? I mean, don't they just submit their resumes? Don't they just flee in all different directions? These people go to the extent of actually stating that you can make a multiracial people, like an impromptu or an ad hoc for the occasion, multiracial people, by naming some other group and condemning some other group. And that is so deeply illogical. The folks in power, that's why people in power muddy up the population. That's why they make it multiracial. They do that to prevent people from coming together. And it doesn't have to be this is one of the reasons you look throughout the history of Europe, just our people's history. And you can see kings and etc. doing the exact same thing, moving populations around so that because of that confusion, you can't. Everybody hated the king. I was talking about a couple, maybe Kate will remind me of my analogy. I've given a couple of them, but I give my analogy, especially when you're talking about like the mortal gods. You have people here with wealth that is beyond imagination, mortal gods. And you say, well, if you just get everybody talking about and feeling nasty feelings toward the mortal gods, that then something happens. That's akin to saying that you're in hell, like actual Christian hell, Christian articulated hell, and you saying to the other spirits, if we can just get all of the other damned spirits here to identify the devil as the thing that is inflicting the pain on us, then, it's that dumb. It's that inept. Okay. I think I covered that. We're blank over there. And did we get anybody else over here? Rory Herbert says, no, I guilt. Don't you think that Judaism is a threat to Christianity? Now you're talking about, now we're going into, with this question, brother, a debate, or a discussion rather, not a debate, a discussion about that is taking place outside of a person's lived experience and the creation of a people and what an individual is going to be able to articulate, to an abstract place for, if we're smart, if we're mature, with the outcomes, for a day when there is a white people and they can make arguments about should this or should that be tolerated or present given these dynamics and or these threats, and they would debate the positives and the threats and etc. So we could have that conversation. I think it's superfluous and premature. And I think that professional researchers, if they want to examine that and look at that, then more power to them for that time when there are people who can discuss these matters, who have power and are representatives of a white people, of a united Western kind, who see themselves and that biospirit as our quintessence and see their own well-being by way of our group's well-being, discussing whether or not this religion or what have you is a detriment or detrimental or could be detrimental, can accomplish what right now? Like if that's part of the discussion. I'm setting apart professional researchers for a moment. The general discussion, like what we're going to be talking about, to bring people in and to create a people out of this deracinated race. If that became part of the conversation, and surely there are going to be two sides to that, or not just two, but it would crystallize into two. There would be a great many, but then you would end up with ultimately two streams of thought and opinion, because we have hemisphere. We have two hemispheres in our heads, and that's just what ends up happening with the human animal. You're going to end up with ideas that are likely to be arrived at out of ignorance because of the perspective on both sides, good and bad, because of the perspective that we perforce have to discuss the issue, since we are maybe a working class, maybe we're retired like yourself, maybe we don't control anything, right? So that gives us a perspective that it's going to include a lot of errors. And as a consequence of those errors, and maybe things that are right as well, there'll be very ugly things relative to, or for, I should say, the general population that will be shared. Correct and incorrect. And they'll say to themselves, I know good Jewish people. We love the whatever that live next door family. We love them. And, we exchange cards and we go to each other's funerals and we go to each other's births. And I'm not going to participate in anything that is going to forcibly remove these people in the future. Now, how much sense did it make for recapturing our destiny right now, for putting an end to the victimization of Western kind? How much sense did it make to state an opinion and to make a regular argument, a regular case throughout the body of the things we talk about that is going to exclude potential converts, when we don't have a way in hell of implementing any of the conclusions. Really think about that. Why not just, I mean, ultimately, I think that anti-whites, as part of their psychological operations, would artificially insert the need to come to conclusions on immaterial issues, immaterial in the present, in order to turn off as many people as possible. It just makes no sense. I want you to think for a moment about how you see anti-whites will look back at history and they will condemn people with the current opinion about slavery. We all find that abhorrent. Nobody today in the West, or virtually, would tolerate slavery. And they look back and they say, those people who had slaves were monsters, because they view them with the lens of today rather than the lens of that time. You're making a worse error when you project into the future a position at present that you can't apply, even if you wanted to, any of the conclusions, when you don't know what that moral lens will be at that day. Does that make sense, folks? You are making just as big an error of looking into the future with the lens, or speculative lens of today, as you are looking back with the lens of the present. That lens in the future, we want to be one where the white population says, and the good non-white population, all immutable characteristics, says it is completely immoral to be anti-white. In that environment, with that lens, things will be possible, conclusions will be able to be implemented that people today would find, for various reasons, either legitimately or illegitimately, absolutely unacceptable. And then not only might they not want to have anything to do with you, they might actively oppose you. So that's a great question. And I really appreciate you asking it. So for researchers, it's a different thing. They are laying the groundwork for another time. You know, where when their work can be accessed and they can say, our brothers and sisters can look at it and say, what here is there a value? Can we just take this research wholesale? Can we build upon it, or whatever? So absolutely not something that truckers and accountants and heart surgeons in our movement should be talking about, should be contemplating. You know, we can't get how powerless, I want to ask you this, how powerless is it for the white accountant at one end of the street and the white trash truck driver at the other end of the street? How powerless are those two guys to stop the teachers in their children's schools from teaching their children anti-whiteism? How much strength do they have without the Go Free method? They got a lot of more power with the Go Free method. But how powerless are those guys to stop that, even that from happening? But we're going to have them talk about whether or not a whole religion of people should be excluded. Yeah. Let's just have them talk about like the ugliest shit possible. And I'm sure they're steeped in the most tactful ways to the most urbane ways to approach these subjects so that no one will take offense. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I've had these discussions many times, and I hope everybody can follow the intelligence there, because I have while I was just articulating all of this, I was having flashbacks of times that I've been in person and we've had this kind of conversation. I've been trying to explain it, and watching people just absolutely lose the trail of thought, and then okay, and then have to go back, and then very slowly, and okay, and then finally kind of carry them. And I'm just like, all right, just get on my back. I'll piggyback you to this. And then we get there, and then they're like, yeah, but still. And I'm like, I just spent like 2 hours, 45 minutes explaining this shit. And you're like, and your answer is, yeah, but still. So yeah, never talk about things that you can't implement, that you won't get an opportunity to make a decision on, that your opinion cannot inform the opinion of a people because we don't have a people yet, and that can only turn off folks. And that word, as bad as turning off people and making them adversarial to us, it attracts psychos. Because what kind of person is going to show up and say, oh yeah, I want some of that? That hears, oh yeah, okay, these are the peoples we're going to be excluding. And these are the peoples we're going to be contemplating whether or not it's death by this way or death by that way. What kind of people show up for that? And then you create this downward spiral. You get more of those folks, and then you get more of them. Then you get more of them. Great question, brother. So probably the best answer, instead of having to articulate it, I did it in full because you all are smart. But probably the best way to handle it is just to say, that's a question for another age. That's a question for another time. That's a question for other people. That's a question for another incremental step. Because who knows, quite honestly, maybe just saying, yeah, that's a question for another incremental step. And unless you're going to be a professional researcher on this specific topic, then it can only harm us. Honestly, we don't know what tomorrow down the road really looks like. We might have a scenario where once we recapture our destiny incrementally, as we're talking about here, and what that means we decide, and the moral imperative of the day is that no more anti-whiteism. It's not going to be accepted. You might have a scenario where in one place or in more places or in most places where different groups of people, different religious groups can find a way to live in harmony by living in proximity rather than enmeshed. And that both sides might say that's harmonious and desirable and the best for everyone involved. You might have a scenario like that. Particularly if the white race is a people and you cannot siphon off of or abuse or white guilt the white race. An obvious conclusion of health and welfare for another group of people might be, well, this robust, strong, self-identifying Western kind will live in proximity to us and we'll be able to have the sharing and et cetera of ideas and the back and forth and they'll live in proximity. That will be best for us. They might conclude that. We're not there. You really see, I've done this with these people too, and I want to get to some of these comments as well. You really see them saying, or see how silly it is when I've thrown out to them just to kind of demonstrate. Should we allow, when we build our space cities, when we build our spacecraft, I used to always use this. There's a blueprints drawn up for a theoretical spaceship that could work, that could travel the stars. And theoretically, we could build it. We could start building it right now. And I would say to them, I can't remember what it was called, if they gave a name to it, but I would say, okay, so we could start building this spacecraft today to travel right out of this solar system. And I forget how fast it theoretically could go. I don't know, 1/10 the speed of light or something. So it would be hauling ass. But I would say things like, should we allow any, and then X, Y, or Z on our space cities, on the new planets we inhabit and land on? Should we allow? And you would not, or maybe you would believe it, they would begin talking about it. They would begin, yes, we should. No, we shouldn't. It'd be okay. Maybe we should all go. Maybe. And I was like, are you kidding? Really does show the difference, though, in mature folks getting together to do the right thing for our people, and people who have been led astray to do very silly things by folks who are, maybe they weren't intellectually equipped, educationally equipped, whatever it might be, to lead. Maybe they were just out for the sex and the money and the aggrandizement. Who knows? But they end up in these terrible places. But we will end up with more of your comments when we come right back.
So we've been told to just stay quiet about this whole case right here with Jussie Smollett and Bubba Wallace and all the other hoaxes out there, or else we're terrible people, you know. Well, the truth was exposed, but listen. One must ask why one would want to fake a hate crime. The answer you will find is smoke the master hate mind. Jussie Smollett's not a liar, he's an anti-white scum. Darryl Brooks is not a car, he did mass murder and hit and run. ESPN is still pushing this falsified news narrative. Well, shit, Bubba, maybe you should be in the air for some clarity. We don't ever get the truth whenever it comes to this hate for us. These are the simple steps whenever it goes this way for us. It goes 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Bitch ass white supremacist when the hate crime shit does not exist. I oppose the white erasure, you're damn right I'm intolerant. Speaking of white people, it's okay to be that all my life. Aw, damn it, there I go again, charge me up a fine. Erasure is the savior, only for the ones who say in life. Gotta push diversity, but only if the country's majority white. Well, if you don't stand for white well-being, then you can't get right with me. Call me a white supremacist, I can't help, I'm white and supreme. Of course it doesn't always work out that way with both of those things, because we face layers of race traitors, and that is proof to me that I should focus on my race to educate and critique. There is nothing worse than a white leftist think we all agree. So fuck the fake brothers who sold out for the Smollett. I'll never work against the fam, my life I risk for all of them, cause we truly need justice, and you cannot justice. I know they'll try to hush this, but come for me and I'll bust this. Plus there's a whole lot of honkies that will be mad if I'm dead, and it ain't nothing to them but taking off with your head. Yeah, every one of them keeps that bow, in case you try to do them like I will handle ourselves properly. Going free, you can't stop to see it go. 1, call it a lie when it's a hate hoax. 2, they won't talk about it, now the scapegoat. 3, bring it up again once everyone forgets. 4, act like it wasn't fake, like y'all remember this. Yeah. Just some things for y'all to remember. I'm fulfilling my prophecy by breaking this down for you logically. And this is the only song I've ever used autotune on. I'm just having fun. Yeah.
All right. Those were actually not, they ended up being 2 good songs, but I had 2 different songs, one from ForNull and one from RC the Realist, that I was going to play today, and I'm going to have to play them somewhere else. But on another show, maybe next week's gathering, 2 new songs by both of those guys. Fantastic, both of them. And they're not in the folders where I put them. I don't understand. Oh, you know what? No, that's not it. I don't know. So I'm going to have to look anyhow. I hope you're enjoying the Christmas decor and the singing and all of that. Let me get to some of your comments. We do have Dandy Westman. I love the name. Dandy Westman. $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother, over here on Entropy. And says here with the $3, you either roll with no white guilt long enough to go free, or name them and see yourself become the villain in the anti-white narrative. Beautifully written. So true. So true. Fact. Let's get some facts in the live chat. Such a fact. You want to be, if you're the villain in the anti-white narrative, that means you're an orbiter in somebody else's story. Somebody else gets to write their story, which means they get to write what you are, what and who you are. You can never win from there. God bless you, brother. We also have in the Tall Kevin widget, Edamon saying, this is fun fact, Christmas originated as a white Roman holiday. And he says, first example of free speech, and that people were allowed to say whatever they want. Oh, I've heard of Saturnalia. Yeah. Like all laws were not enforced or enforceable. Yes, I have heard of Saturnalia. Check Odyssey. And we got a question over here on Odyssey without a financial gift, but it's asking if I believe E. Michael Jones identifying anti-white Jews is not effective. He doesn't identify anti-white Jews. He identifies all Jews. And he identifies the religion. And you can imagine in America and elsewhere throughout the West, there is a tolerance of religion, different religious opinions. And most people, that means that's in their heads. And so you're getting into the realm of revisionist history, which is the quickest way to slit your own throat when it comes to white well-being. So he would have to convince everybody that we need to get rid of the idea of religious tolerance in the West to make that argument. So it's completely feckless. It can't go anywhere. Furthermore, his ideas about how it's not what the instincts, the biospirit of the white race that makes Western civilization, it's Catholicism, are just profoundly asinine. So he needs, if he were going to be talking about anti-white Jews, but and be as specific, maybe as specifically like a Catholic researcher of anti-white Jews as opposed to all Jews, it's as I've said before, it's immoral to condemn a whole people. That's just immoral. It's a fact. And we don't want to be condemned on the basis of our birth. So it's also to be a hypocrite to condemn a whole people. It's wrong to condemn people that are not, to condemn people who are guilty of harming us, who haven't or aren't, or maybe are friendly, or would like to see an input to the victimization of white people. You don't know. But yeah, he's talking about the entire people and entire practice, and to what end? I mean, to keep himself aggrandized, intellectually aggrandized by his followers and whatever money he makes off of it, I guess. Not really reaching, you're not really going to reach folks. You don't have to. This is one of the big things is there's no sense in drawing out a step or a conclusion that must take place in the future when that could and as we can articulate will turn off scores and scores of millions of people, make them into enemies of yours, when you don't even know for sure that will still be a problem if we get halfway there or a third of the way there. Right? I mean, how much sense does that make? I got to get your comments here, folks. We're running out of time, and I want to get to calls and not rush them as always. If you would like to call, you got to message me through Skype, and then I will call you. That's how this works. But what we will do is we're going to get over here to some of your comments. We'll begin with these. This is from a person who is in, I guess, both communities, the PWR and our community. And I'm not going to reveal this person's name because I don't want her to be targeted like others have been targeted by these freak bastards who say that the only way you really fight, here's my limit, the only way you can fight for white people is by harming non-white people. No, you fuckers, absolutely not. That's what anti-whites say. Isn't that an interesting thing, too? That this very energetic, I'll call it a cabal in this name them, in the total name them community. There's like a really energetic core to it that has the exact same argument that we get from the anti-whites. That same argument that I rejected in junior high school. And that is that white people can only be well and whole and safe and have well-being if non-white people are exterminated. Isn't that interesting? Don't you find that fascinating at all, folks? The exact same argument from this super energetic, death-threatening group of people inside the explicit white sympathetic sphere. The exact same argument as the anti-whites tell everybody in society. It's a really fascinating thing. It's almost as like it's the same folks. This person, I won't reveal the name. God, this sweet lady. Dear Jason, belated happy Thanksgiving. This is a brief message that doesn't adequately convey all my gratitude, support, and dare I say, love for you vis-a-vis your recent split with Mark Collett. I respect you both enormously. As I listened to your last PA stream with Mark, I was intent on understanding your divergent views. Is it possible that I agree with you and concurrently agree with Mark? You've been an enormous inspiration and learned tutor to me. I have a tendency to go off, and your temperance has helped me to tread slowly and politely, but still firmly, rather than alienate forever people whom I love, people whom I want to go free. Sorry if this isn't the most articulate of thanks, but I did want you to know that as my brilliant grandfather, who unwittingly taught me the baby steps of white well-being, would say, you're aces. Thanks very much for all that you've done and will do. I won't let this schism deter me from your oeuvre or Mark's. May God's unrelenting tenderness grace you both with love and gratefulness and a firm sense of white bliss. God bless this sweet lady. Let's get some 07s for that. I mean, it takes in the midst of, and I appreciate it. For those who give some 07s for this, I really appreciate it because everybody over there in the PWR chat that has been a supporter of the Go Free method, or just a friend of ours, sees us doing the good work that we're doing, they have had to watch me for at least 3 of the 4.5 years just endlessly berated and slandered during the shows and after the shows. And they had to feel for me. And they couldn't speak up, because that energetic cabal that just goes everywhere, wherever there's a discussion about white people and ending our victimization, they show up everywhere, and they do the same thing. Non-white race has to be harmed for white people to be whole. So intimidated by those folks, and some of them, not many, but some have reached out and expressed their regret and their well wishes now that I've been forced off the show. Tor Hund writes here publicly, so I can share. The article's author is implying that Jason wants to open the gates of the white sympathetic sphere for anti-whites. The towns are metaphors for the different online communities. He's basically framing the entire white positive community as crypto leftists. He is poisoning the well to the extreme. And that, of course, is in response to Greg Johnson's tabloid article about yours truly, Torhund. You are 100% correct. He did absolutely, and I shared this idea, but I couldn't remember who had mentioned it, so I want to celebrate Torhund, he's the one who said it. It absolutely is. He's right. The communities were the different white sympathetic spheres or circles that were getting ruined by the work that we're doing. They're getting ruined by it. Thank you for that. We have Olav writing here. Anti-whites try to victimize you for any heresy to anti-whiteism. A major difference between being a villain in the anti-white narrative and a hero for white well-being is the reaction from vagues when they hear about your victimization. Example, lose your job for speaking up for white well-being. Quote, that's terrible. That could be me. How am I even supposed to exit if we can't speak up for our well-being? Or I'm sorry, how are we even to exist if we can't speak up for our well-being? Lose your job for talking about how non-whites are the source of ill? Quote, what did he expect? Beautifully put, Olav, better than me. Yeah, exactly. That's what everybody would say. What did he expect? For example, you remember the guy who flew the All Lives Matter, what was it? White Lives Matter over the soccer field? He lost his job. His girlfriend lost her job. I am specifically going to fly, because I guarantee you, and we all know it, white well-being over a stadium. I'm going to specifically fly that. Go free, nowhiteguilt.org. I'll fly that on a banner. Just got to get the money for it. Nothing will happen. The anti-whites who write about it in their articles will end up looking immoral to their readers. You know why? Because they know that I would sue the hell out of them if they tried to do one of these Greg Johnson tabloid pieces. Irish Christ writes here, when is the world going to witness an example of white well-being advocates proving anti-whites are the bad guys in the public square? Patting each other on the back for thinking and speaking properly amongst ourselves is not going to stop impending catastrophic white erasure. We're staring into the abyss, fellas. Memorize and rehearse Irish Christ's 5-point social lynching defense system and be the first to show the world that we're the good guys. The luxury of prioritizing your fear of anti-white predators is rapidly vanishing. Irish Christ's 5-point social lynching defense system. You can't assign white guilt to innocent Americans. Number one, you can't assign white guilt to innocent Americans. Number two, how dare you speak anti-whiteism to me? Number 3, your anti-white language is despicable. You should be ashamed of yourself. Number 4, you have no right to be anti-white. Number 5, anti-whiteism is not welcome in this country. Anti-white full of hate, lock him up and slam the gate. This white positive system is finger in the face, loudly spoken, in exact wording and numerical order. It has already been proven. So he's out there doing this. And he discovered that this is really a way to shut them down if they decide they're going to be radically anti-white with you. Do Western kind of massive service by memorizing and rehearsing Irish Christ, 5-point social lynching. He writes, defense system. A psychologically prepared advocate accomplishes miracles. And he's got a little boxing glove, a little crown, and then, of course, a 4-leaf clover. God bless you, man. Thank you for all of your service to white well-being. And thank you for sharing the way that you address these people when they decide they're just going to be radically anti-white. God bless you. All right. Let's keep moving. And I'll take a look at your comments in the live chats. Just make sure you tag me. I will get to them. We have Renolf White Wolf writes here. I actually came over from PWR, and I'm sad to see you and Mark stop working together. I really admire both of you. At first, I thought, why can't we notice patterns whenever you would call out people who focused on the JQ? After all, it's a huge rabbit hole for people who are newly red-pilled. But now I understand your approach, and I think it is by far the most moral approach to white advocacy and the most effective for reaching vagues and sympathetic non-whites. I will continue to follow your work and Mark's, but I think his show will suffer without you. And that's a very nice thing to say, especially since how many of those psychos that came after me said, oh, it's going to be, the show's good, it's so much better without you. Over the past 3 years, you know how many times I've read, I guess I should say, shows would be so much better without you. You just bring the show down. So it's terrible for you because you're there. Kate responded, and she wrote, thank you so much for sharing this. I think it's really brave of you coming from Mark's community, to be honest enough to admit that you see so much value in what Jason does. What he does has never been done by anyone else. And you're right. It is the best and only way to get normal, everyday people to come to a place where they can be morally ready to defend with the right verbiage against the attacks on white people. It's wonderful that you can be mature and self-reflective enough to be able to admit that what you thought might be an inferior way is really a superior way, especially with all the pressure of these vile people that seek to destroy whatever they cannot control. Very well said. And looks like, is this another one? Distant Thunder might be responding here as well on the same thread. It seems strange that MC Mark Collett, after all these years, would do what he has merely because Jason expressed a different opinion on a particular issue. Seems like delusional purity spiraling to me. What is it Mark wants? A dictatorship led by him where only his opinion can be tolerated? Jason is, of course, right in that it is preposterous and absurd to tarnish an entire group or race with the same brush. There's outliers in all, and allies to be found are better than enemies to be made. And looks like Kate responded to Distant Thunder, writing, I agree. At first glance, it seems shocking that Mark would jump right to cutting ties after what might look like a minor difference. However, I sort of think that Mark didn't make this choice on his own. I think he is being pressured by all those name them pretend Nazi folks. Also, I think that due to the fact that Mark relies on his audience for financial support to take care of his family, he might not be in a position to ignore their demands. Well, that's very well said, and a nice thing to, yeah, I mean, Mark Mark has been under a lot of pressure to get rid of me for 3 years. I mean, quite frankly. And this final sort of push is not his or my doing. Mark and I always had differences of opinion on various things. And we, in fact, have said over those years that, hey, we got differences of opinions here. And that's great that we're still able to work together for putting an end to the victimization of Western kind. But this yay Kanye West thing has induced a group psychosis that will be studied after it has gone away. And I think a lot of people are going to end up sort of coming to afterward, and they're going to say, like, what the hell? Like they had just gotten shit-faced drunk and did crazy things. I think that's how maybe some of them will be of the type that they'll get shit-faced drunk and look back and then pretend like it was okay, or it was just what was going on back then. You just did crazy shit, or whatever it is. They'll make excuses because they're embarrassed, or they'll just totally stick with the position. Who knows? But we'll be able to look back and say there was some serious group psychosis going on, and it just like gripped. It just gripped. And again, it really is being pushed by that same hardcore, somehow always active, almost like they're being paid somewhere, a group that is just pushing the same white people can only be whole and have well-being by harming another group of people. The one thing that 100% will prevent white people from ever coming to their own well-being, the one argument that will always prevent it. Amazing. Kanye West does his thing, and then these people go berserk, overdrive. So we have here, is it Ethel Ray, Glory Unending? Says here, no white guilt. I don't personally know Jason, but I haven't. So this isn't a comment to somebody else. I don't personally know Jason, but I've read his books and I've watched his content, and he has done more to help and free Western kind than those who are obsessed with every other group of people other than our own Westmen. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that, brother. And we have Samsky 36. Jason, I see you uplift our people, list our accomplishments, applaud our achievements, sing our songs, appreciate our biospirit, celebrate our creativity, and exalt Western kind. For all this and much more that you do, we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. I really appreciate. Thank you so much, Sam. I think Sam might still be with us this evening. How about just a couple more, and then we will actually, though, I'll take a quick look at what you all are writing. Then we'll get to a comment by, looks like ForNull and some others. Heidi says, any thoughts on how long the Kanye thing will have clout? How are they going to top their Alex Jones show? It will be old news very soon. Well, you're right about it. I mean, can he say, what would he have to do to be news again? I come out in like a new Nazi uniform designed by him, come out goose stepping, come out Sig Heilling. I guess that would definitely get news all over again. How long could it go? He obviously, let me tell you what's going on for anybody that's confused. I've shared with you on previous shows, it looks like we're going to go to calls soon. I've shared with you on previous shows and gatherings what's really motivating, what started all this. And it's Kanye losing control over his family. The wife left. That is a sense of loss of control. The wife and the children are going away, a sense of loss of control. His The children thing is the sensation, the feeling of a parent, a father wanting to be a force in the life of his children, which is a massive motivator. The wife, you can read in him that he's not, he was not a fan of the divorce. He would have her happy with him in his life right now if he could. You can read that on him very clearly. So he is most wounded by her rejecting him and then going out and sleeping with other guys and saying that they're better in bed. I mean, she's a real classy woman. So much so that she can say these things. And he even gets angry with Trump for saying, that's the mother of my children. That if he were really furious with her and never wanted to see her again and thought she was trash for these things, he would want to diminish her role in the lives of his children. You only got the little good bit of your mother that she had in her. The rest of her is scum. Instead, he defends her when Trump had something negative to say about her by way of the proxy of his children. So this is all about the wife and children. And because of how he was raised and because of his father and because of his experience growing up, where a lot of the people who are agents and entertainment venue owners and all of this sort of thing in television, etc., are Jewish people. He sees them everywhere. And when this fissure happens and he has these opinions as a black nationalist does, I mean, though, for everybody who's been around long before the internet, like myself, we all know that black nationalists, whether they're Black Panthers, whatever they are, does anybody remember what were they called? The black slaves. What was it called? Somebody look them up. What were they called? The black slaves. The word slave was actually in it. And the leader of that was the one who went on to create Kwanzaa. They all had views on Jews the exact same as you might think of a neo-Nazi or something like this. Self-identified. So we've known that. So he goes into that environment. United Black Slaves, I think it was. Somebody look it up. United Black Slaves, I think it was. And had these opinions, seeing that those who are helping his wife move away from him and take the children with him are the same folks that are involved in all of her entertainment, etc. And even though he's got those folks handling all his work for him, he's seeing them as part and parcel, as the agents that are making her do this, as the agents moving his kids away. That's where this all started. And then he tried to recruit other entertainers and even then tried to recruit, and you saw these things happen one after the other blacks in athletics by saying, it's a matter of the contracts. It's a matter of the contracts, trying to rope everybody else in. And you can see they didn't take the bait. They were all like, I'm a millionaire because of that kind. They might be taking a giant chunk, but I'd otherwise be picking up trash. Instead, I'm a multi-millionaire, billionaire. And so when you identify a whole group of people as awful, and they are a group who are very ethnocentric, they support each other, they stand up for each other everywhere you go. Not all of them, but there is a percentage of them, whatever that is, that will stand up for themselves and their fellows of their community. When they hear this sort of thing, they retaliate. And so they burned his ass down. And they continue burning his ass down as a consequence of him continuing. And who knows, maybe if he didn't say another word, they would have kept going for who knows how long. I don't know. But he has become how can I put this? He has become extraordinarily self-destructive because of the amount of destruction that has been visited on him. This is the kind of person that if you knew them, you were in their life, you would give them a word to get help, and then you would get out of their life as quickly as possible. Because anybody who has become that reckless, that temerarious with their own life, is going to end up harming you too. Because if they don't care about their own life anymore, they don't care about yours. Now, he's not going to say to the public, I've lost so much anymore. I don't care anymore, because everything is bleak to me. It's all ruinous. I don't know how to push back. I don't know how to take any of it back. I don't know how I'm going to crawl out of this hole. It keeps getting worse. Every time I turn around, there's now lawsuits, and there is now people from the government wanting tax money, and everything's one or the other. This is a desperate person who has just totally given up and willing to say anything in desperation on the floor. It's the end of it's the end of the road. This is the kind of person that will commit suicide. I mean, so anybody saying, well, if he ends up being suicided, no, this is the kind of person that will kill himself. This is the kind of person that says it's all over. Imagine losing more than $2 billion in net worth. Imagine living your life from 20 all the way up into your late 40s or mid 40s, wherever he is. And all of that is gone, and it's getting worse by the day. And your accountant's saying you're not going to be able to pay. You don't have enough liquidity to pay for this house and to pay for that car anymore, and to pay for that jet, and to pay for that building and that other building that you like to own just because you own them. This is all, the receipts are coming up, buddy. You're going to have to pay for all this, and you don't have the liquidity, which means you're going to have to sell everything. And then how about this? The accountant then says, and by the way, you're going to have to get another accountant because I'm not going to work for you anymore. This is a person that sees that the world for them has come to an end. It's like the old joke from Benny Hill that said, John Smith, or whatever the name he gave. John Smith said the world was going to end in 1948. And for him, it did. So this is the course that he's on. How much more will he say? I'm not saying he's going to commit suicide. It's just the kind of person that will become that reckless with his life. It might be one of these episodes where he gets out in the car and he decides to take it up to 150 miles an hour in the super sport car and get into an accident, kill himself that way. But he is like on a Bataan death march where he is holding the bayoneted gun at his own back. So everybody that's near him should run. Give him a last piece of advice and then get away. He's taking everybody down with him. So how much longer will it go? How much more sensational can it be? How many more crazy things can he do? I submit this. As he gets weaker and can do other crazy things, the media will continue to report those things, because him being and looking crazy is advantageous for the people he slandered, because that renders his argument lower and lower in estimation for the average person in society, non-white and white. So you can expect, it's like next year this time, if he's like bobbing for apples to get food and then he holds somebody's head underwater, that's going to be news. Just every crazy thing he does will be news. Crofta says, when do you think Nick Fuentes will jump ship? I actually thought that it might be like this week. He might actually jump ship this week. I was thinking it could be that early. I was thinking that weeks ago when he first got started. So it was a week and whatever, how many days. I was thinking that's not going to be long because he's going to go bad. And then Fuentes, since Fuentes is out for himself, aggrandize himself and make himself rich on the backs of his followers, which he likes to keep nameless and faceless, that he would jump out of it. And since these followers are willing to follow him, 180-degree turns, no problem. Hairpin turn in ideology, no problem. We'll go wherever you want to go. It's Christ and Fuentes. He'll just go back home and then tell folks, okay, we're supporting Trump again. And they'll say, I'll say, okay. And it won't bother them at all. But the way that you can calculate this on your own is to say, what do you think for Fuentes is going to make him more money and more popular and thought more intelligent? What do you think? Because that's what he's weighing. Hang out for another week, 2 weeks. How much longer? Keep in mind that this is his like boyhood idol. And really, if you want salvation for the white race, Western kind, put an end to our victimization, do you really want a leader whose boyhood idol is a black nationalist, black rapper? Seems a bit contradictory. But I mean, it wasn't like he was admiring. Like I admired in kickoff return in football. Oh my gosh, I just forgot his name. It'll come back to me. But there was a black kickoff returner in the NFL many, many years ago. And he was on the Lions, a crappy team. But he had strategies that him. So it's one thing to admire somebody like for these like strategies. He was like, Fuentes like worships this guy. He's got like a shrine. And now, I mean, if that football athlete wanted to said, hey, you want to meet? I would say, why? Well, I mean, really, why would you want to meet? Are you going to assassinate me? But, you know, I wouldn't have the same reaction that Fuentes would have meeting his I didn't have this guy as an idol. I admired the way he returned kickoffs and then examined those strategies, just the way I did for all races of athletes that I was playing the same sport. What was his name? Does anybody remember his name? Anyhow, so keep that in mind, that this is also his idol, which might keep him there a little longer because he gets to hang out with his idol. And of course, hanging out with Ye will continue to mean more popularity for him, that his name will be mentioned more. So it will have to become harmful to some degree for Fuentes to stay with him. You also have the possibility that Ye, getting increasingly reckless with his life, decides that he's had enough of Fuentes and he kicks him to the curb. No, not. I don't recognize who that is, Franklin. Mean Joe Green. No, Alex asks. No. Oh my gosh, I can't believe his name is slipping me. Anyhow, all right. I'll check. I'll check your comments over here on. Oh, yes. And then we're going to get to some calls because we're running out of time. ForNull says this. You fire Jason. Oh, this is ForNull actually sent a message, public message to Mark. You fire Jason, effectively censoring him because he teaches that it is wrong and ineffective to condemn an entire group of humanity for being born. It was especially disappointing to watch you read out comments from his attackers, people who have doxed him, lied about him, and made death threats. You give their voice and lies a boost while shutting down the truth. Then you come out like a two-faced politician wishing everybody a wonderful day. For me, ForNull says to Mark, you have zero integrity. The one thing that I would really two things that I really was not happy about when it came to that final show is that the thumbnail that Mark made, and I think he, was in a situation where he kind of had to make it to appease a lot of these people, and the pressure of making it look like I was defending this unity of Jews and white people through AIPAC. And then reading out repulsive statements, reading out a question from the guy who did the doxing, reading out a really disgusting allegation against me, totally baseless. Those things that was really objectionable. But I appreciate ForNull standing up for me. He's a great guy. Love that guy. Let me check out. What is this? I don't understand, YouTube refugee. Your second to last message. You'll have to give me some clarity. I don't understand what you're talking about there. All right, but thank you for commenting. And it looks like we are all caught up on entropy. And was there anything else? Yes. Once again, past 2 million views on on YouTube. It's totally awesome. And let's continue to push. We did, of course, and continue to grow despite the push to censor us by anti-whites and people who self-identify as neo-Nazis and these other things. Want to remind everybody, you're probably running out of time, so you should do it soon. If you want to buy Christmas gifts from white positive organizations, content creators, White People's Press, for example, you have to do it ASAP. We need to get, maybe Naderific can get to me that website again of white positive, only white positive content creators, because we've just found out that with this divorce that some of them are not as white positive as we thought. So please if you got to buy gifts, you get whatever, get them from these folks instead, please. I'm not getting any kickback. I want them to be rewarded for their efforts. Going to be on with Adam Green on the 6th on his channel. Make sure you check that out. It's the evening time, so make sure you watch that. On with Adam Green. We did have that TrumpIT at the beginning of the show, and we'll have that more often. So it'll be a little piece of news about Trump as the president marches his way back to another nomination, we hope. And I'll continue to say, because there continues to be a lot of misunderstanding, we have no faith in any individual politician or even a collection of them being able, number one, being white positive or even caring about the white race, Western kind, the founding stock of Western countries. Number two, being able to want to or try or even able to do things that will benefit us by, and ergo that means putting it into our victimization as Western kind, etc. Because of the array of powers, all of these different nexes of these nodes of power that are held by anti-whites. We saw what happened to Trump during the first term. Having said that, no other politician will engender the incipient consciousness of a white identity like Donald Trump does. He gets white people to think about themselves, not quite as white, not that far, but very nearly. And those are folks that are getting healthier. Those are people we have to talk to. Those are also going to be a lot of the folks that go to Donald Trump who are non-white are going to be the kind of people that would say, yes, let's stop the victimization of white people. Let's get rid of these standards let's get rid of companies being able to say, hey, this quarter we have this much white erasure. Of course, they use the word an increase in diversity. But let's put an end to that. In the regular Republican Party, you're not going to find people non-white or white that are saying it. So Axis Mundi is up first for our calls. You're not going to be able to find in the regular Republican Party, you're not going to find that at all. And with regular Republican candidates, not at all. So we're going to have Donald Trump up through the primaries at least, and we hope all the way through to the run to president. And that's why it is legitimate to be most upset with people like Fuentes, who knew, without question, we can't know whether he was, or at least from where we sit, whether he was part of some plan that he was conscious of to undermine Trump in his run for office. I don't think that's the case. But he absolutely is more than smart enough to know that his presence would, in Donald Trump's presence, would make its way to the public and it would undermine and harm Trump. They will be bringing that up. It will follow him. And Fuentes knew that. So that's the TrumpIT segment. I need, and this is the final thing, we don't have any mail in the thaumatological mailbag. So no mail in the mailbag. But I need someone to volunteer. I need someone to help me, to be like an assistant for me for these going free streams. And there are a couple of things that I need help with. We need to identify a place or two where memes that are being created by a handful of people can be stored when they're created. So there are good folks out there. I look at a couple of different accounts, people who are posting memes. I know there's a Telegram group, Dank Memes or whatever it is, and we need to get everybody who's making memes or somebody, maybe the assistant to be, who gathers the memes, where he or she finds them and then puts them there someplace so that I have a place I can go where I can gather memes for tweeting, for gabbing, for these shows, so that we can have like a nexus where it can be shared and spread. Because going through the week, I'm very busy and I'm like finding, okay, this is a good one. And then I have to pause. I've got to copy it. I've got to send it off to whatever. Then I got to go find it later. And then and all that interrupts the flow of what I'm already doing and makes, when you're working on something and you have a flow going, how difficult that it makes it. You got to kind of jumpstart again. There's also the issue of music that's being created. These two new pieces. I think ForNull made two more, but then RC the Realist made another great piece. Our musicians, I want to platform the good work that they're doing because they're not going to get platformed anywhere else. And I need help getting that together. They're going to post things on their channels. An assistant would have to know who's going to be potentially posting music, and then some way to gather it up over the course of the week and then make sure that I have it to be able to share it or not to share it that week, whatever, but that I have it and I can concentrate on other things. So going to need an assistant, and hope to hear from folks who would like to volunteer. So let's go to the calls in just a moment. Let me take a quick look here, make sure I didn't miss anybody. I'm all out of water. I have no water winch to get me a glass of water. Elaine says, E. Michael Jones doesn't even think of whites as people when they're not Catholic. Yes, I've heard him say as much. Crofter says we need to drop the dead weight. We want quality people. Precisely. We want quality people. Herbert says, I've always said hello to you in the PWR chat. I appreciate it, brother. And he says, sometimes I've been attacked for it, but so what? So there you have a testimonial that I'm not just making it up. Of course, those conversations are still there for people to go look at. But Rory Herbert in the live chat says hello to me, and then has this like cabal of anti-white, self-identifying neo-Nazis attack him for it. ForNull says, how much money to fly the banner we could do a fundraiser. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I'll look into it. We'll find out. You know what would be great? We're talking about Trump. There'll be some big event somewhere for his nomination. That would be a great place to fly a banner. White Calling says, love the Christmas decorations, brother. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tim says, which Supreme Court justice did you work for? My mom wants to know. No, I didn't work for a Supreme Court justice. I was invited by a Supreme Court justice to hear arguments. But I won't say the name. Because it's like anybody I say, if I say the name, you know, these me-nots are immediately going to start saying, oh, he's got a connection to thus and such. And do you know about thus and such? Ergo, Jason, XYZ. So I'm sorry, brother. You and your mom will have to understand. But I have shared the funny story about being, having the, stopped every time at all the metal detectors and then the wands right in front of the actual courtroom. It was the one time it was actually going off on my head. So many other content creators have commented on how Nick and Kanye have just destroyed all the work they have done. This is Heidi saying that. How do you mean, Heidi? Could you clarify? You mean like researchers on these different groups that they believe are threats, different ideologies, and etc.? Somebody called Base Chad got a comment deleted. I don't know if it was this one, but he asked, why were the jaywalkers banned from owning farmland, I guess at different times in history? And they'll also say, look at all the times that they were thrown out of countries. And what good did it do? Look at the state we're in today. So what you're saying is you had a strategy that before, including World War II and before, that had been implemented by groups of people who saw themselves, by the way, this is a big thing, who saw themselves as a people. Every one of those cases, there were white people who saw themselves as a member of a people rather than this deracinated race that we've become. And that method netted what? Ding, 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 ding. Okay, do the music. Do the Jeopardy music. Do the Jeopardy music. What happened? What happened? Look at where we are. Alex says, have you considered reviewing the insane Kanye Alex interview? I think going free take on it would be useful. Probably not. You can really review it in maybe 5 minutes of it. I don't know. I'll think about like a 5-minute. Heidi says other channels are white sympathetic, but not white positive, and this whole thing has just undermined everything that they say. Yeah, the feeling I got is that they will now be called Nazis and such. More and more, too, after the show Nick and Kanye did. Precisely. I want everybody to remember, we're going to call right now because we're running out of time. I want everybody to remember that it was me and the folks here who were saying that the Kanye thing was harmful, it was deleterious, stay away from it, don't become a follower, from the moment it happened. Just remember that. As things go to shit for folks, just remember that we said here that it was harmful. We're going to call, and we have at least two. We have Axis Mundi and the great Mr. V. Okay, here we go.
Hail, bro.
Hail to you, brother. How you doing and what's on your mind?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your Yuletide Christmas decorations. I appreciate seeing you getting into the spirit and celebrating the noble holidays of our people. There's a few things on my mind, as is often the case. First and foremost, I do want to offer additional historical evidence that supports the overall objectives of Go Free, which, as I understand it, and you can tell me if I'm right about this, that basically everything hinges on white people being a people again.
Yes.
Is that right, or is that too simplistic?
No, that's yes. You can't go further. You can't go beyond. You got to start there. You got to be a people.
Exactly. And this is something our ancestors understood extremely well. And there's extensive historical data that supports this. An example of which we can pull from our historical seminar, which we are reading. We actually finished the first book of Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars.
Cool.
And all of our great leaders from the past understood the importance of peoplehood extremely well. And there's an example of this concept at work combined with the military genius of Ariovistus and Julius Caesar, a battle of men and wits of two leaders against each other. So there's a point where Caesar is going back into Gaul because these Germans have come in and started settling there. And Caesar is concerned about this, though really he's not really concerned about it. It's more like he wants to go and conquer more people to aggrandize himself. When you read the commentaries, you realize Caesar was very anti-white. A lot of mean pathogens originate with him. He fought mostly against fellow Westmen, and he would call them barbarians, savages, violent, whichever group he was fighting. In his own commentaries, he would record details as to how sophisticated and advanced their cultures were, and yet he would call them savage barbarians because he was fighting them. So we've already talked about that before because, right, the origins of anti-whiteism, you can see that vividly in these histories. And you can trust me, brother, this is very far from the only example of this.
Yeah.
Now, as to the importance of peoplehood. So Caesar wants to establish a pretext for war, but he knows that he has to give his reports to the Roman people. He knows there's a lot of political chaos at home and that he has a delicate situation, so he has to make sure his pretext is solid. So he wants to make Ariovistus look like the aggressor. Meanwhile, Ariovistus knows this and wants to try to scare Caesar out of Gaul. And so they're meeting for a conference, right?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Ariovistus, he has on his mind the possibility of what if I just flat out kill Caesar? Because a lot of Romans hate him, right? How would that play out? So Ariovistus says, right, and he knows Caesar is cunning and might lay a trap for him. And so he says, we're going to have this conference and you're not allowed to we're not going to meet unless if you bring only cavalry, right? No foot soldiers, only cavalry. Here's the key thing. Caesar's cavalry were Gauls. They were not Romans, right? So, right? Basically, Ariovistus understood that if Caesar was defended by people that were of a different nation, and these are all Westmen, by the way, right? But they were different nations.
Right.
If Caesar was defended by men of a different nation, he would be less secure.
Interesting.
Caesar, of course, perceived this. And so what he did in response was that he took the horses from his Gaulish cavalry and gave it to his favorite legion. And so his legion foot soldiers rode on the horses to defend him. So this example illustrates that this is like a huge moment where these are two of the highest degree of military minds kind of doing a battle of wits before the actual fighting occurred. And one of the key things this centered on was you can only really be fully secure if you're surrounded by your own people. And that's even, right, our people were a lot less deracinated back in ancient Rome, far less than now. But even back then, surrounded by fellow Westmen who don't necessarily fully identify with you, is significantly less secure than being surrounded by your own countrymen. So it's just kind of amazing that these top military minds, these top figures of history in terms of the military genius, understood this well. And so history supports your method, brother. The more we study it, the more it supports it. And so I just wanted to offer that little tidbit.
I thank you.
Of course, my pleasure. Another bit of information. So I think after finishing this book, because this is kind of a dark chapter in our history, it's basically a series of tragic brother wars. We're going to shift to the Germania of Tacitus next. And this is going to be awesome. I always read ahead before we do the seminars. And so I was reading the Germania of Tacitus, and apparently the Germans of that time believed themselves to be descended from Ulysses. So we have common heroes, right? The Romans thought they were descended from Aeneas, who came from Troy. The Germans told stories of them being descended from Ulysses, right? Our myths overlap. And then it gets deeper when you recognize the distinctly Western patterns of our different myths. So the stories of the three fates in the Greeks, the stories of the three Norn in the Norse, and that's only like the very, very surface level. We've talked before about me coming on and speaking at length. I could speak at length about many aspects of how we really are one people, and you can recognize that in our culture, in our myths, in our ancient religions, the way these are also expressed in Christianity. So that's another topic. The last thing is that I was requested to speak about the movie we saw in the GFC, and that was Excalibur, 1981. And I want to highly recommend everyone that joining a GFC, if folks are really enjoying Jason's streams or have gotten a lot out of the Go Free book or any of other Jason's excellent books, joining a GFC is a great way to get more, because we watch movies together, we break down the MPs in them, we discuss them at length. We do that also with history, right? So you can take your Go Free practice much further by getting involved. And so I highly recommend that to everyone. So Excalibur is based on the Arthurian mythos. And if you go back to the Middle Ages, the Arthurian myth kind of changes from the earlier myths to the later myths. Basically, they start as being very ancestral and then gradually become more Christianized. And then individuals insert their own ideas into them. So, for example, there was an individual who invented the character Lancelot, and for whatever reason, made up the whole story of adultery. This is ultimately derivative of the courtly love culture of the Middle Ages, which, right, it's supposed to be pristine. It's supposed to be right, innocent and pure, right? The noble lady is out of reach of the knight, and he loves her as a symbol of excellence and as like a spiritual figure of perfection. And this motivates him to be a better knight, right? That's the authentic medieval kind of mix of Christian and ancestral tradition that you saw in the Middle Ages, right? Of course, Hollywood butchers them. And the mean pathogens are rather extensive. So originally, the whole story of Lancelot was meant to be a cautionary tale, right? What happens when courtly love goes wrong? And the whole idea is that adultery destroys an entire kingdom. Of course, being Hollywood, so the screenwriters are all anti-white perverts. They eroticize, and worse, they romanticize the adultery. They play like sweet, romantic music while Guinevere and Lancelot are having their affair. And then at the end, everything is just like forgiven instantly, and it's like no big deal. Who cares about that? Let's like do some like silly like kind of end action scenes. And then of course Merlin, who is kind of in the earlier stories, he is essentially a Celtic druid. In the later stories, he's kind of a combination of a Celtic druid and basically a kind of a Franciscan kind of friar type character, right? Who is basically the Catholic version of kind of the druid figure. And he's always that kind of pristine figure who's wise and guides people and wants the best for everyone. In this film, he basically helps a man sleep with another man's wife by changing his appearance. So you see this anti-white trope of Hollywood of basically making our most revered figures out to be very lowly type men. And it's just despicable. It's frustrating too, because this is from the 1980s, right?
Oh, wow.
Right. And so people will often say that, Hollywood has kind of fallen off the cliff recently, but it seems this anti-whiteism has always been there.
Yes. Yep. It has. You can go all the way back. I've done this with people who are now in their 70s, but years and years ago, they say, "Oh, when I was young, the movies," and so we got their old black and white movies and found MPs in them, and they couldn't believe it. But yeah, it's a deep sea fish being in the water. They don't know that there's anything beyond water. They're down in the bottom of the ocean. When you're enmeshed and when you're sunk in this anti-whiteism, you just don't know. That's why it's always so laughable when these younger content creators, especially the likes of somebody like a Fuentes, who they specialize in giving like the history of the past 7 years or something, and they include when it got bad over the past 7 years. It's
I
so
know, right?
comical.
Basically, in my lifespan, in my recent career, this is when everything went wrong.
Yeah.
Because the world didn't exist before I existed. It's frankly solipsistic.
Yes.
Right? It's extreme narcissism.
Yes.
These people do not deserve following. And I think it's important for us to remember that popularity does not equate to efficacy. There's a lot of stupid people out there. So just because of a lot of idiots. And also there's a question of how many of those subscribers are purchased, right?
Yes.
Right. The numbers he has means nothing. The fact is that our method extends far beyond our direct reach. Anti-whiteism, anti-white is becoming just common terms now. And anti-whites, like you see it all over the place. You see vagues dogpiling anti-whites on Twitter. Something that one of our community members pointed out in a recent development.
Great.
So our method works, right?
Yeah.
It has efficacy. We may not get credit for it, but it works.
Yes. Amen to that, brother. Well, you got any final thoughts?
Right,
is that it? All right.
I think that's about it, brother. I just want everyone to get more active. Keep in mind that when it comes to white well-being, the well-being of our people is inextricably tied to our individual well-being. So if you are aware of anti-whiteism and this is stressing you out and demoralizing you, the best thing you can do is to get involved. That will be good for your own well-being as well as for our people.
Precisely. Very well said, man. You're welcome anytime.
Thank you so much, brother.
All right.
Be well and Promethean hails.
Promethean hails to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, that was fantastic. Axis Mundi is really worth listening to, isn't he? That was very interesting. And that you can see a little touch of what in the GFC he is in, the kind of conversation, the kind of intellectual caliber, the things that they are going over. You get a little taste of it there. We're not going to be able, Axis Mundi was rolling strong and didn't want to interrupt that. So we're not going to be able to do any more calls tonight. But as you can see, I've changed the way we do the Going Free gatherings a little bit tonight. And there actually will be more time for calls. And then if there aren't enough calls, then I'll just hang out with you all toward the end. But for tonight, we'll have Mr. V next time. And when I come on if we have a roll-in Going Free during the week, Mr. V, if you are around and you could take a call, then let me know during the show, and I will reach out to you and call you. But in the last couple of minutes and seconds, I want to see what you all are saying, and then we're gonna roll out of this one, even though it's not a roll-in, and get into the week, reaching new numbers and new people out there every single day, continuing to have our successes. I did want to also speak to, let me just check and make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay, didn't miss anybody on Entropy, didn't miss any financial gifts over there on Odyssey. Let's see.
Okay, so something about people posting Z in support of Putin. And thank you for getting back with the clarification. And this is really the only sensible position for people who work for a living and live in wherever little neighborhood that they live, power over nothing, is to say when it comes to that conflict, no brothers' wars. You're not going to run into any issue with ordinary folks, and you'll have an opportunity, therefore, to share some of the lexicon, especially the key concepts, and make a difference in their life and yours and all of ours. All right. I did want to mention, looks like there were 2 comments. Tim said that jaywalkers had an advantage of nobody else knowing that they were playing the game. The game dynamics aren't the same when 2 players both know a game is being played. Precisely. That's why you need a people. That's why you need a people. If you have a people, and they have an identity, they know that their individual well-being is attained through their group's well-being. Then you can't have other groups come in and serve their interests the way these particular individuals feel is a service to their interests and get away with that. And talking about them all the time doesn't change that, right? Looks like Tim also said here, No Wine Guilt, do you not understand how influencing the national conversation for a few moments might cause massive change to ripple throughout the world? You call yourself an intellectual? With a question mark. How much time do we have left? Shit. Running out of time fast. All right, Tim. Yeah, here's the change. It supports that conversation that they've created there, supports the anti-white narrative. Everybody watching it. It's like saying a celebrity says, darn, where's what I'm looking for? Here we go. It's like saying that a celebrity says tomorrow that pedophilia is okay. And, it's a billionaire and says pedophilia is okay. Changing the conversation about pedophilia for a few brief moments. And somehow that makes everything better. I'll have to speak more to this again. But what it's doing is it's making everything a lot worse, because in everybody's mind, in the audience, they don't think the opposite is true. It's confirming what they know in the anti-white narrative. I love you all. Let's go free.